Soul of the Fire by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 93. Fitch knew he wasn't getting across what he really meant. But don't you want to marry? And he also passed the law that Haken women must be given work, so that we might feed ourselves without having to marry and be slaves to the Haken men. For it is their nature to enslave, and given the chance through marriage, they will even do it with their own kind. Minister Chanbur is a hero to all Haken women. He should be a hero to Haken men, too, because he brings culture to you, so that you may give over your warlike ways and come into the community of peaceful people. I may decide to join because serving in the army is a means by which Haken women may earn respect. It is the law. Minister Chanbur's law. Fitch felt as if he were at penance. I respect you, Beata, even though you aren't in the army. I know you will do good for people whether or not you join the army. You are a good person. Beata's heat faltered. She lifted one shoulder in a little shrug. The edge in her voice softened. The main reason I might one day join the army is like you say, to help people and do good. I too want to do good. Fitch envied her. In the army she would be able to help communities facing difficulties with everything from floods to famine. The army helped needy people. People in the army were respected. And it wasn't like the past, when being in the army could be dangerous, not with the Domini Dirch. If the Domini Dirch were ever unleashed, it could school any opponent into submission without those in the army having to do battle. Thankfully, the Anders were in charge of the Domini Dirch now, and they would only use such a weapon to keep peace, never to intentionally bring harm. The Domini Dirch was the one thing Haken that the Anders used. The Ander people could never have conceived such a thing themselves. They were not capable of even thinking the vile thoughts that must have been required to conceive such a weapon. Only Hakens could have created a weapon of such outright evil. Or I might hope to be sent here to work like you were, Beata added. Fitch looked up. She was staring at the windows on the third floor. He almost said something, but instead closed his mouth. She stared up at the windows as she went on. He walked into Inger's place once, and I actually saw him. Bertrand, I mean Minister Chanbur, is much more attractive to look upon than Inger the butcher. Fitch didn't know how to judge such things in a man, not with the way women fussed over men Fitch thought unattractive. Minister Chanbur was tall and perhaps had once been good-looking, but he was starting to get wisps of gray in his dark Ander hair. Women in the kitchen all giggled to each other over the man. When he came into the room, some reddened and had to fan their faces as they sighed. He seemed repulsively old to Fitch. Everyone says the minister is a very charming man. Do you ever see him, or talk with him? I heard that he even speaks with Hakens, just like regular folks. Everyone speaks so highly of him. I've heard Ander people say that one day he would likely be the sovereign. Fitch sank back against the cart. I've seen him a couple of times. He didn't bother to tell her that Minister Chanbur had once cuffed him when he'd dropped a dull butter knife right near the minister's foot. He'd deserved the smack. He glanced back at her. She was still looking up at the windows. Fitch gazed down at the ruts in the damp dirt. Everyone likes and respects the Minister of Culture. I am joyous to be able to work for such a fine man, even though I am unworthy. It is a mark of his noble heart that he would give Hakens work so that we won't starve. Beata suddenly glanced around self-consciously as she brushed her hands clean on her skirts. He sought once more to try to make her see his worthwhile intentions. I hope someday to do good, to contribute to the community, to help people. Beata nodded approvingly. He felt emboldened by that approval. Fitch lifted his chin. I hope one day to have my debt paid and earn my surname, and then to travel to Aidendrill to the Wizard's Keep to ask the wizards to name me the Seeker of Truth and present me with the Sword of Truth so that I might return to protect the Ander people and do good. Beata blinked at him, and then she laughed. You don't even know where Aidendrill is or how far it is. She shook her head between her fits of laughter. He did too know where Aidendrill was. North and east, he mumbled. The sword of truth is said to be a thing of magic. Magic is vile and dirty and evil. What do you know about magic? Well, nothing, I guess. You don't know the first thing about magic. Or swords. You'd probably cut off your foot. She bent to the cart, hoisted the basket of doves and another net of pullets as she chuckled, and then headed for the kitchens. Fitch wanted to die. He'd told her his secret dream, and she'd laughed. His chin sunk to his chest. She was right. He was Haken. He could never hope to prove his worth. He kept his eyes down and didn't say anything else as they unloaded the cart. He felt a fool. With every step he silently rebuked himself. He wished he'd kept his dreams to himself. He wished he could take back the words. Before they pulled the last of it from the cart, Beata caught his arm and cleared her throat, as if she intended to say more. Fitch again cast his gaze down, resigned to hear what else she would have to say about his foolishness. I'm sorry, Fitch. My corrupt Haken nature caused me to slip and be cruel. It was wrong of me to say such cruel things. He shook his head. You were right to laugh. Look, Fitch, we all have impossible dreams. That, too, is just part of our corrupt nature. We must learn to be better than our base dreams. He wiped hair off his forehead as he peered up at her gray-green eyes. You have dreams, too, Beata? Real dreams? Something you wish? You mean like your foolish dream to be the seeker of truth? He nodded. She at last looked away from his eyes. I suppose it's only fair, so that you can laugh at me in turn. I wouldn't laugh, he whispered. But she was staring off at small puffs of white clouds drifting across the bright blue sky and didn't seem to hear him. I wish I could learn to read. She stole a look to see if he was going to laugh. He didn't. I've dreamed that, too. He checked to see if anyone was watching. No one was about. He hunched over the back of the cart and with a finger made marks in the dirt there. Her curiosity overcame her disapproval. Is that writing? It's a word. I learned it. It's the only one I know, but it's a word, and I can read it. I heard a man at a feast say it's on the hill to the sword of truth. Fitch drew a line under the word in the dirt. The man cut it into the top of the butter to show a woman there at the feast. It's the word, truth. He told her it used to be that the one named seeker was a person of great repute meant to do good, but now seekers were no more than common criminals at best and cutthroats at worst. Like our ancestors. Like all Hakens, she corrected. Like us. He didn't argue because he knew she was right. That's another reason I'd like to be seeker. I would restore the good name to the post of seeker, the way it used to be, so people could trust in truth again. I'd like to show people that a Haken could serve honorably. That would be doing good, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that help balance our crimes? She rubbed her upper arms briskly as she glanced about, checking. Dreaming of being the seeker is childish and silly. Her voice lowered with import. Learning to read would be a crime. You had better not try to learn any more. He sighed. I know, but don't you ever... And magic is vile. To touch a thing of magic would be as bad as a crime. She stole a quick glance at the brick facade over her shoulder. With a quick swipe, Beata wiped the word from the floor of the cart. He opened his mouth to protest, but she spoke first, cutting him off. We'd better get finished. With a flick of her eyes, she indicated the upper windows. Fitch looked up and felt icy, tingling terror skitter up his spine. The Minister of Culture himself was at a window, watching them. Fitch hefted a rack of mutton and made for the kitchen larder. Beata followed with a noose of geese in one hand and the sack of sparrows in the other. Both finished lugging in the load in silence. Fitch wished he hadn't said so much and that she had said more. When they'd finished, he intended to walk with her back out to the cart to pretend to check to see if they'd gotten everything, but Master Drummond asked, and Beata told him they had it all in. With a stiff finger, he jabbed Fitch's chest, ordering him back to his scrubbing. Fitch rubbed at the stinging poke as he scuffed his feet along the smooth, unfinished wooden floor on his way to the tubs of soapy water. He glanced back over his shoulder to watch Beata leave, hoping she would look back at him so he could give her a departing smile at least. Minister Chanbour's aide, Dalton Campbell, was in the kitchen. Fitch had never met Dalton Campbell. He would have no occasion to, but he thought favorably about the man because he never seemed to cause anyone any trouble, as far as Fitch had heard anyway. New to the post of aide to the minister, Dalton Campbell was an agreeable enough-looking Ander with the typical Ander straight nose, dark eyes and hair, and strong chin. Women, especially Haken women, seemed to find that sort of thing appealing. Dalton Campbell did look noble in his dark blue quilted jerkin over a like-colored doublet, both offset with pewter buttons. A silver-wrought scabbard hung from a finely detailed double-wrapped belt. Dark reddish-brown leather covered the hilt of the handsome weapon. Fitch dearly wished he could carry such a fine sword. He was sure girls were drawn to men carrying swords. Before Beata had a chance to look over at Fitch or to leave, Dalton Campbell quickly closed the distance to her and grabbed her under an arm. Her face paled. Fitch, too, felt sudden terror grip his gut. He knew instinctively that this was potentially big trouble. He feared he knew the cause. If the minister, when he'd been looking down, saw Fitch writing the word in the dirt... Dalton Campbell smiled, speaking soft assurance. As her shoulders slowly relaxed, so did the knot in Fitch's belly. Fitch couldn't hear most of the words, but he heard Dalton Campbell say something about Minister Chanbour as he tilted his head toward the stairway on the far side of the kitchen. Her eyes widened. Rosy color bloomed on her cheeks. Beata beamed incandescently. Dalton Campbell, in turn, smiled his invitation at her all the way to the stairwell, pulling her along by the arm, although she looked not to need the encouragement. She looked as if she was nearly floating through the air. She never looked back as she disappeared through the doorway and up the stairs. Master Drummond suddenly swatted the back of Fitch's head. "Why are you standing there like a stump? Get to those fry pans." Chapter 14. Zed woke at the sound of the door in the other room closing. He opened one eye just enough to peer toward the doorway as the hide was lifted to the side. He relaxed a bit at seeing it was Nissel. The stooped healer took her time shuffling across the room. "They are gone," she said. "What did she say?" Anne whispered, she too slitting one eye enough to peek through. "Are you sure?" Zed whispered to Nissel. "They packed everything they brought. They gathered food for the journey. Some of the women helped by putting together supplies they might take to sustain them. I gave them herbs that may be of use for little ills. Our hunters gave them water skins and weapons. They said quick farewells to their friends, to those they have come to love. They made me promise to do my best to keep you well." Nissel scratched her chin. "Not much of a promise the way I see it." "And you saw them leave?" Zed pressed. "You are sure they are gone?" Nissel turned a little, skimming a hand through the air out toward the northeast. "They started out, all three. I watched them go just as you asked of me. I had walked with everyone else to the edge of the village, but most of our people wanted to walk a ways out into the grassland to be that much longer with them, and to watch our new mud people go. These people urged me to come with them, so I too went out onto the grassland, even though my legs are not as swift as they used to be. But I decided they would be swift enough for a short walk. When we had all gone a goodly distance, Richard urged us to return, rather than be out in the rain to no good end. He was concerned especially that I go back to care for you two. I believe they were impatient to make good time on their journey, and we all slowed them with our pace. But they were too considerate to speak those thoughts to us. Richard and Kaelin hugged me and wished me well. The woman in red leather did not hug me, but she did give me a bow of her head to show her respect, and Kaelin told me the woman's words. She wished me to know she would protect Richard and Kaelin. She is a good woman, that strange one in red, even if she is not mud people. I wished them well." All of us who had walked out into the grassland stood in the drizzle and waved as the three of them journeyed to the northeast, until they became spots too small to see anymore. The bird man then asked us all to bow our heads. Together with his words leading us, we beseeched our ancestors' spirits to watch over our new people and keep them safe on their journey. He then called a hawk, and sent it to travel with them for a ways, as a sign that our hearts were with them. We waited until we could no longer see even the hawk circling in the sky over the three of them. Then we returned straight away." Tilting her head toward him, Nissel lifted an eyebrow. "Does that satisfy you better than my simple word that they are gone?" Zed cleared his throat, thinking the woman must practice sarcasm when there was no healing to be done. "What did she say?" Anne asked again. "She says they're gone." "Is she sure?" Anne asked. Zed threw off his blanket. "How should I know? The woman gabs a lot. But I believe they're gone on their way." Anne, too, threw aside her woolen blanket. "Thought I'd sweat to death under this scratchy thing." They had remained under the blankets the whole time, silent and patient, fearing Richard might pop back in with some forgotten question or new idea. The boy frequently did such unexpected things. Zed dared not precipitately betray himself, dared not let incautious action spoil their plans. While they had waited, Anne had fretted and sweated. Zed took a nap. Pleased that Zed had asked for her help, Nissel had promised to watch and let them know when the three were gone. She said those with age must stick together, and that the only defense against youth was cunning. Zed couldn't agree more. She had that twinkle in her eye that made Anne scowl in confused annoyance. Zed brushed his hands clean of the straw and straightened his robes. His back ached. At last he embraced the healer. "Thank you, Nissel, for all your help. It is deeply appreciated." She giggled softly against his shoulder. "For you, anything." Upon parting, she pinched his bottom. Zed gave her a wink. "How about some of that tava with honey, honey?" Nissel blushed. Anne's gaze shifted from one to the other. "What are you telling her?" "Oh, just told her I appreciated her help and asked if we might have something to eat." "Those are the itchiest blankets I've ever seen," Anne grumbled as she scratched furiously at her arms. "Tell Nissel she has my appreciation, too, but if you don't mind, I'll skip having my bottom pinched for it." "Anne adds her sincere appreciation to mine, and she is much older than I." Among the mud people, age lent weight to words. Nissel's face wrinkled with a grin as she reached up and gave his cheek a doting pinch. "I will get you both some tea and tava." "She seems to have grown quite fond of you." Anne smoothed back her hair as she watched the healer duck under the hide covering the door. "And why not?" Anne rolled her eyes and then brushed straw from her dark dress. "When did you learn the mud people's language? You never mentioned to Richard or Kalin that you knew their language." "Oh, I learned it a very long time ago. I know a lot of things. I don't mention them all. Besides, I always think it best to leave yourself a little wiggle room, should it come in useful, such as now. I never really lied." She conceded the point with a sound deep in her throat. "While it might not be a lie, it is still a deception." Zed smiled at her. "By the way, speaking of deceptions, I thought your performance was brilliant. Very convincing." Anne was taken aback. Well, thank you, Zed. I guess I was pretty convincing." He patted her shoulder. "That you were." Her smile turned to a suspicious scowl. "Don't you try to sweet-talk me, old man. I'm a lot older than you, and I've seen it all." She shook her finger up at him. "You know good and well I'm cross with you." Zed put his fingertips to his chest. "Cross with me? What have I done?" "What have you done? Need I remind you of the word lurk?" She stalked around in a little circle, arms raised, wrists bent over, fingers clawed, mimicking a fiend. "Oh, how very frightening. Here comes a lurk. Oh, how terrifying. Oh, how very scary." She stamped to a halt before him. "What was going through your witless head? What possessed you to spout such a nonsensical word as lurk? Are you crazy?" Zed pouted indignantly. "What's wrong with the name lurk?" Anne planted her fists on her wide hips. "What's wrong with it? What kind of a word is lurk for an imaginary monster?" "Well, quite a good one, actually." "A good one? I nearly had heart failure when you first said it. I thought for sure Richard was going to realize we were making up a story and suddenly burst out laughing. It was all I could do to keep from laughing myself." "Laugh? Why would he laugh at the word lurk? It's a perfectly good word." has all the elements of a frightening creature. Have you gone loony? I've had 10-year-old boys I've caught in mischief come up with stories of pretend monsters plaguing them. They could on the spot, when I snatched them by the ear, think of better names for those monsters than a lurk. Do you know the time I had keeping a straight face? Had it not been for the seriousness of our problem, I'd not have been able to do so. When you then again today insisted on repeating it, I feared our ruse would be unmasked for sure. Zed folded his arms. I didn't see them laughing. The three of them thought it was frightening. I think it had Richard's knees knocking there for a moment when I first revealed the name. Muttering, Anne slapped her forehead. Only luck preserved our artifice. You could have ruined it with such foolishness. She shook her head. A lurk. A lurk! Zed surmised it was probably her frustration and genuine fear bubbling to the surface, so he let her rant as she paced. Finally, she came to a halt, peering up with sputtering ire. Just where in creation did you ever get such an asinine name for a monster? Lurk indeed, she added in a mutter. Zed scratched his neck as he cleared his throat. Well, actually, in my youth, when I was first married, I brought home a kitten for my new bride. She loved the little thing, and laughed endlessly at its antics. It pleased me to my toes to see the tears of joy in Erlen's eyes as she laughed at that little ball of fur. I asked her what she wished to name the kitten, and she said that she enjoyed so much watching the way it incessantly lurked about, pouncing on things, that she would call it Lurk. That was where I got the name. I always like it because of that. Anne rolled her eyes. She sighed as she considered his words. She opened her mouth to say something, but closed it again, and with another sigh instead gave his arm a consoling pat. Well, no harm done, she conceded. No harm done. She bent and with a finger hooked the blanket. As she stood folding it, she asked, What about the bottle? The one you told Richard was in the first wizard's enclave at the keep. What trouble is it likely to cause when he breaks it? Oh, it was just a bottle I picked up in a market when I was traveling one time. When I saw it, I was immediately taken with the mastery it must have taken to make such a beautiful, graceful piece. After a long negotiation with the peddler, I finally wore him down and purchased it for an exceptionally good price. I liked the bottle so well that when I returned, I set it up on that pedestal. It was also a reminder of how, because of my skill at bargaining, I had obtained it at a remarkably good price. I thought it looked nice there, and it made me proud of myself. Well, aren't you the clever one? Anne sniped. Yes, very. Not long after, I found the bottle exactly like it for half the price, and that was without haggling. I kept the bottle there on that pedestal to remind myself not to get cocky. Just because I was first wizard. It's just an old bottle kept as a lesson. No harm will come when Richard breaks it. Anne chuckled as she shook her head. If not for the gift, I fear to think what would have become of you. What I fear is that we are about to find out. Already, as his magic was failing, he felt aches in his bones and lassitude in his muscles. It would get worse. Anne's smile faded at the grim reality of his words. I don't understand it. What you told Richard was true. Kaelin would have to be his third wife to have called the chimes into this world. We know the chimes are here, yet it's impossible. Even given the convoluted ways magic can interpret incidents to constitute the fulfillment of requirements and conditions to trigger an event, she can be counted as no more than his second wife. There was that other one, that Nadine girl, and Kaelin. 1 and 1 equals 2. Kaelin can be no more than number 2. Zed shrugged. We know that chimes have been unleashed. That is the problem we must address, not the how of it. Anne grudgingly nodded her assent. Do you think that grandson of yours will do as he says and go straight to the keep? He promised he would. Anne's eyes turned up at him. We are talking about Richard here. Zed opened his hands in a helpless gesture. I don't know what else we could have done to ensure he goes to the keep. We gave him every motivation, from noble to selfish, to rush there. He has no wiggle room. We made the consequences, should he fail to do as we told him he must, frighteningly clear to him. Yes, Anne said, smoothing the blanket folded over her arm. We did everything except tell him the truth. We mostly told him the truth of what would happen if he doesn't go to the keep. That was no lie. except that the truth is even more grim than we painted it for him.
I know, Richard. Caelan loosed the chimes to save his life. He would be bound and determined to set it right, to help. He can only make what is bleak worse. We can't allow him to play with this fire. We gave him what he needs most, a way to help. His only safety is the keep. The chimes can't get him where they were called forth, and the Sword of Truth is the only magic likely to still work. We will see to this. Who knows? Without him in their grasp, the threat could even die out on its own. Slim thread to hang the world on. However, I suppose you're right, Anne said. He is one resolute man, like his grandfather. She tossed the blanket on the pallet. But at all costs, he must be protected. He leads Dahara, and is pulling the lands together under that banner to resist the scourge of the Imperial Order. In Adendril, besides being safe, he can continue the task of forging unity. He has already proven his leadership ability. The prophecies warn that only he has a chance to successfully lead us in this struggle. Without him, we are lost for sure. Nissel shuffled in carrying a tray of Tava bread spread with honey and mint. She smiled at Zed as she let Anne unload the 3 steaming cups of tea she was also holding. Nissel set the tray of Tava on the floor before the pallets and sat down where Zed had been lying. Anne handed her one of the cups and sat on the folded blanket at the head of the other pallet. Nissel patted the bedding beside her. Come, sit and have Tava at tea before you must leave on your journey. Zed, considering weighty matters, offered her a weak smile as he sat beside her. She sensed his somber mood and silently lifted the platter to offer him Tava. Zed, seeing she understood his worry, if not its cause, slipped a thankful arm around her shoulders. With his other hand, he took a sticky piece of Tava. Zed licked honey from the crusty edge. I wish we knew something about that book Richard mentioned, Mountain's Twin. I wish I knew if he knew anything about it.
He didn't seem to. All Verna told me at the time was that Mountain's Twin was destroyed. Anne had already known that much when Richard asked. She had offered to inquire through her journey book, even though its magic had already faded, so they might conceal from Richard the spreading extent of the trouble.
I wish I'd had a look at it before it was destroyed.
Anne ate a few bites of her Tava bread before she asked, Zed, what if we can't stop them? Our magic is already beginning to dwindle. It won't be long until it fails completely. How are we going to stop the chimes without magic? Zed licked honey from his lips.
I'm still hoping answers can be found at the place they were entombed, somewhere in the land of Toskla, or whatever they call it now. Perhaps I can find books there, books of the history or culture of the land. They might give me the clue I need.
Zed was growing weaker by the day. His departing power sapped vitality as it bled away. His journey would be slow and difficult. Anne had the same trouble. Nissel cuddled close to him, happy to simply be with someone who liked her as a woman and didn't want healing from her. Her healing would not help him. He genuinely did like her. He felt sympathy for her, too, for a woman most people didn't understand. It was hard to be unlike those around you. Do you have any theories at all of how to banish the chimes from this world? Anne asked between bites. Zed tore his Tava bread in half.
Only what we discussed. If Richard stays at the keep, then without him the chimes very well may be pulled back to the underworld, even without our help. I know it's a slim hope, but I will just have to find a way to fight them back into the underworld if need be. How about you? Any ideas?
None.
And do you still have your mind set on trying to rescue your Sisters of the Light from Jagang?
She swished away a gnat. Jagang's magic will fail just the same as all other magic. The Dreamwalker will lose his grip on my sisters. In danger there is opportunity. I must use the opportunity while it is available.
Jagang still has a huge army. For one who often criticizes my plans, you prove no more ingenious at the task of scheming.
The reward is well worth the risk. Anne lowered the hand with her Tava. I shouldn't admit it, but since we are to part ways, I will say it. You are a clever man, Zedicus Zuul Zorander. I will miss your vexing company. Your trickster ways have saved our hides more than once. I admire your perseverance, and see where Richard gets his.
Really? Well, I still don't like your plan. Flattery will not change that.
Anne simply smiled to herself. Her plan was too artless, but he understood her commitment. Rescuing the Sisters of the Light was essential, and not simply because they were captives being brutalized. If the chimes could be banished, Jagang would again control those sorceresses, and so their power.
Anne, fear can be a powerful master. If some of the sisters don't believe you that they can escape, you can't allow them to remain a menace, albeit an unwilling one, to our cause.
Anne looked over out of the corner of her eye. I understand. He was asking her to either rescue them or assassinate them. Zed, she said in soft compassion, I don't like mentioning it, but if what Kaelin has done...
I know.
In calling forth the chimes, Kaelin had invoked their aid to save Richard's life. There was a price. In return for keeping Richard in the world of life until he recovered, she had unwittingly pledged the chimes the one thing they needed in order to also remain in the world of life. A soul. Richard's soul. But he would be safe at the keep. The place where they had been called was a safe haven for the one pledged. Zed put half his tava bread to Nissel's lips. She smiled and chomped a big bite. She fed him a bite of her tava bread, after touching it to the end of his nose first. The foolishness of this old healer putting a dot of honey on his nose like some mischievous little girl made him chuckle. Finally, Anne asked, What ever happened to your cat, Lurk? Zed frowned as he puzzled, trying to recollect.
To tell you the truth, I don't recall. So much was happening back then. The war with Dahara, led by Richard's other grandfather, Panis Ral, was just igniting. The lives of thousands hung under threat. I was yet to be named first wizard. Erilyn was pregnant with our daughter. I guess with all that was going on, we just lost track of the cat. There are countless places in the keep with mice. It probably found lurking about more appealing than two busy people.
Zed swallowed at the painful memories.
After I moved to Westland and Richard was born, I always kept a cat as a reminder of Erilyn and home.
Anne smiled in kind, sincere sympathy. I hope you never named one Lurk, so that Richard would have cause to suddenly recall the name.
No, Zed whispered. I never did.
Chapter 15.
Fitch!
Master Drummond called out. Fitch pressed his lips tight, trying unsuccessfully, he knew, to keep his face from going red. He smiled politely as he trotted past the snickering women. Yes, sir? Master Drummond wagged a hand toward the rear of the kitchen.
Fetch in some more of the apple wood.
Fitch bowed with a yes, sir, and headed toward the door out to the wood. Even though the kitchen was a fog of marvelous aromas, from sizzling butter and onions and spices to the mouth-watering savor of roasting meats, he was glad for the chance to get away from the crusty cauldrons. His fingers ached from scraping and scrubbing. He was glad, too, that Master Drummond didn't ask for any oak. Fitch was relieved to have done one right thing by having brought in enough of the oak. Trotting through the patches of warm sunlight on his way down to the heap of apple wood, he wondered again why Minister Chanbur had wanted to see Beata. She had certainly looked happy enough about it. Women seemed to go all giddy whenever they got a chance to meet the minister. Fitch didn't see what was so special about the man. After all, he was starting to get gray in his hair. He was old. Fitch couldn't imagine himself ever getting old enough to have gray hairs. Just thinking about it made his nose wrinkle with disgust. When he reached the woodpile, something caught his eye. He put a hand to his brow, shielding his eyes from the sunlight, as he peered over to the shade of the turnaround. He'd assumed it was just another delivery, but it was Brownie, still standing there with the butcher's cart. He'd been busy in the kitchen and had thought Beata would have left long ago. There were any number of doors out, and he would have no way of knowing when she'd left. He'd just assumed she had. It must have been an hour since she'd gone upstairs. Minister Chanbur probably wanted to give her a message for the butcher, some special request for his guests. Surely he would have finished with her long ago. So why was the cart still there? Fitch bent and plucked a stick of apple wood. He shook his head in frustration. Minister Chanbor was probably telling her stories. Fitch hefted another billet from the woodpile. For some reason, women liked listening to the minister's stories, and he'd liked telling them. He was always talking to women, telling them stories. Sometimes at dinners and feasts, they gathered around him in giggling groups. Maybe they were just being polite. He was an important man, after all. No girls worried about being polite to him, and they never much liked listening to his stories either. Fitch gathered up the armload of apple wood and headed for the kitchen. He thought his stories about getting drunk were pretty funny, but girls weren't much interested in listening to them. Morley liked his stories, at least. Morley and the others who had pallets in the room where Fitch slept. They all liked telling each other stories, and they all liked to get drunk. There was nothing else to do on their rare time off from work and penance assembly. At least at penance assembly, they could sometimes talk to girls afterward, if their work was done and they didn't have to get back to it. But Fitch, like the others, found assembly a depressing experience, hearing all those terrible things. Sometimes when they got back, if they could filch some wine or ale, they would get drunk. After Fitch had brought in a dozen armloads, Master Drummond snagged his sleeve and shoved a piece of paper into his hand. "Take this down to the brewer." Fitch bowed and said his yes, sir, before starting out. He couldn't read the paper, but since there was going to be a feast, and he'd carried such papers in the past, he guessed the columns of writing were probably orders for what the kitchen wanted brought up. He was glad for the errand, because it didn't involve any real work, and it gave him a chance to get away from the heat and noise of the kitchen for a time, even if he did enjoy the aromas and could occasionally snatch a delicious scrap. All that tempting food was for guests, not the help. Sometimes, though, he just wanted away from the noise and confusion. The old brewer, his dark ander hair mostly gone and what was left mostly turned white, grunted as he read the paper Fitch handed him. Rather than sending Fitch on his way, the brewer wanted him to lug in some heavy sacks of trial hops. It was a common behest. Fitch was just a scullion, and so everyone had the right to order him to do work for them. He sighed, figuring it was the price for the slow walk he'd had and the one he'd have on the way back. When he went out to the service doors where much of the estate goods were delivered, he noticed that across the way Brownie was still standing there with the butcher's cart. He was relieved to see, stacked to the side of the loading dock, that there were only 10 sacks to be lugged down to the brewery. When he'd finished with the sacks, he was sent on his way. Still catching his breath, he sauntered back through the service halls toward the kitchen, seeing few people, and all but one of them Haken's servants, so he had only to pause to bow that once. Echoing footsteps swished back to him as he climbed the flight of stairs up to the main floor in the kitchen. Just before going through the door, he paused. He looked up at the stairwell's square ascent all the way to the 3rd floor. No one was on the stairs. No one was in the halls. Master Drummond would believe him when he explained that the brewer wanted sacks brought in. Master Drummond was busy with preparations for that night's feast. He wouldn't bother asking how many sacks, and even if he did, he wasn't going to take the time to double-check. Fitch was taking the steps 2 at a time almost before he'd realized that he'd decided to go have himself a quick look. At what, or for what, he wasn't sure. He'd been on the 2nd floor only a few times, and the 3rd floor only once, just the week before, to take the minister's new aide, Dalton Campbell, an evening meal he'd ordered down to the kitchen. Fitch had been told by an ander underling to leave the tray of sliced meats on the table in the empty office. The upper floors in the west wing with the kitchen where Fitch worked was where a number of officials' offices were located. The minister's offices were supposed to be on the 3rd floor. From the stories Fitch had heard, the minister had a number of offices. Why he would need more than one, Fitch couldn't guess. No one had ever explained it. The 1st and 2nd floors of the west wing, Fitch had heard it said, were where the vast Andereth Library was located. The library was a store of the land's rich and exemplary culture, drawing scholars and other important people to the estate. Andereth culture was a source of pride and the envy of all, Fitch had been taught. The 3rd floor of the east wing was the minister's family quarters. His daughter, younger than Fitch by maybe 2 or 3 years and dirt plain, as Fitch heard it told, had gone off to an academy of some sort. He had only seen her from a distance, but he'd judged the description fair. Older servants sometimes whispered about an ander guard who was put in chains because of the minister's daughter. Marcy, or Marcia, depending on who was telling the story, accused him of something. Fitch had heard versions running from he was doing nothing but standing quietly guarding in a hall, to eavesdropping on her, to rape. Voices echoed up the stairwell. Fitch paused with a foot on the next step, listening, every muscle stiff and still. As he remained motionless, it turned out to be someone passing along the first-floor hall, below. They weren't coming upstairs. Thankfully, the minister's wife, Lady Hildemara Chanbur, rarely came into the West Wing where Fitch worked. Lady Chanbur was one Ander who made even other Anders tremble. She had a foul temper, and was never pleased with anyone or anything. She had dismissed staff just because they'd glanced up at her as they passed her in the hall. People who knew had told Fitch that Lady Chanbur had a face to match her temper. Ugly. The unfortunate staff who had looked up at Lady Chanbur as they passed her in the hall were put out on the spot. Fitch learned they'd become beggars. Fitch had heard the women in the kitchen say that Lady Chanbur would go unseen for weeks because the minister would have enough of one thing or another from his wife and give her a black eye. Others said that she was just on a drunken binge. One old maid whispered that she went off with a lover from time to time. Fitch reached the top step. There was no one in the halls of the third floor. Sunlight streamed in windows trimmed with gauzy lace to fall across bare wooden floors. Fitch paused on the landing at the top of the stairs. It had doors on 3 sides, and the stairs on the other to his back. He looked down empty halls running left and right, not knowing if he dared walk down them. He could be stopped by any number of people, from messengers to guards, and asked to explain what he was doing there. What could he say? Fitch didn't think he wanted to be a beggar. As much as he didn't like to work, he did like to eat. He seemed to always be hungry. The food wasn't as good as what was served to the important people of the household, or to the guests, but it was decent, and he got enough. And when no one was watching, he and his friends did get to drink wine and ale. No, he didn't want to be put out to be a beggar. He took a careful step into the center of the landing. His knee almost buckled, and he nearly cried out as he felt something sharp stick him. There, under his bare foot, was a pin with a spiral end. The pin Beata used to close the collar of her dress. Fitch picked it up, not knowing what it could mean. He could take it and give it to her later, possibly to her joy to have it returned, but maybe not. Maybe he should leave it where he found it, rather than have to explain to anyone, Beata especially, how he'd come to have it. Maybe she'd want to know what he was doing going up there. She'd been invited, he hadn't. Maybe she'd think he'd been spying on her. He was bending to put the pin back when he saw movement, shadows, in the light coming from under one of the tall doors ahead. He cocked his head. He thought he heard Beata's voice, but he wasn't sure. He did hear muffled laughter. Fitch checked right and left again. He saw no one. It wouldn't be like he was going down a hall. He would just be stepping across the landing at the top of the stairs. If anyone asked, he could say he was only intending to step into a hall to get a look at the view of the beautiful grounds from the 3rd floor, to look out over the wheat fields that surrounded the capital city of Fairfield, the pride of Anderith. That seemed plausible to him. They might yell, but surely they wouldn't put him out. Not for looking out a window. Surely. His heart pounded. His knees trembled. Before he could consider if it was a foolish risk, he tiptoed across to the heavy 4-panel door. He heard what sounded like a woman's whimpers, but he also heard chuckling and a man panting. Hundreds of little bubbles were preserved forever in the glass doorknob. There was no lock, and so no keyhole beneath the ornate brass collar around the base of the glass knob. Putting his weight on his fingers, Fitch silently lowered himself to the floor until he was on his belly. The closer he got to the floor and the gap under the door, the better he could hear. It sounded like a man exerting himself somehow. The occasional chuckle was from a second man. Fitch heard a woman's choppy, plaintive sob, like she couldn't get a breath before it was gone. Beata, he thought. Fitch put his right cheek to the cold, varnished oak floor. He moved his face closer to the inch-tall opening under the door, seeing as he did so, off a little to the left, chair legs, and before them, resting on the floor, one black boot, ringed with silver studs. It moved just a little. Since there was only one, the man must have had his other foot crossed over the leg. Fitch's hair felt as if it stood on end. He clearly recalled seeing the owner of that boot. It was the man with the strange cape, with the rings, with all the weapons. The man who'd taken a long look at Beata as he'd passed her cart. Fitch couldn't see the source of the sounds. He silently snaked his body around and turned his face over to use his left eye to look under the door off to the right. He slid closer until his nose touched the door. He blinked in disbelief, and then again in horror. Beata was on her back on the floor. Her blue dress was bunched up around her waist. There was a man, his backside naked, between her bare open legs, going at her fast and furious. Fitch sprang to his feet, jolted by what he'd seen. He retreated several steps. He panted, his eyes wide, his gut twisting with the shock of it. With the shock of having seen Beata's bare open legs, with the minister between them. He turned to run down the stairs, tears stinging his eyes, his mouth hanging open, pulling for air like a carp out of water. Footsteps echoed. Someone was coming up. He froze in the middle of the room, 10 feet from the door, 10 feet from the steps, not knowing what to do. He heard the footsteps shuffling up the stairs. He heard 2 voices. He looked at the halls on each side, trying to decide if one might offer escape, if one or both might offer a dead end where he would be trapped, or guards who might throw him in chains. The 2 stopped on the landing below. It was 2 women, anderwomen. They were gossiping about the feast that night. Who was going to be there? Who wasn't invited? Who was? Though their words were hardly more than whispered, in his stiff state of wide-eyed alarm, he could make them out clear enough. Fitch's heart pounded in his ears as he panted in frozen panic, praying they wouldn't come up the stairs all the way to the 3rd floor. The 2 fell to discussing what they were going to wear to catch Minister Chanbor's eye. Fitch could hardly believe he was hearing a conversation about how close above their nipples they dared wear their neckline. The image it put in Fitch's head would have been blindingly pleasant had he not been trapped and about to be caught where he shouldn't be, seeing something he shouldn't have seen, and maybe get himself put out on the street. Or worse, much worse. One woman seemed bolder than the second. The second said she intended to be noticed too, but didn't want more than that. The first chuckled and said she wanted more than to be noticed by the minister, and that the other shouldn't worry because either of their husbands would be lauded to have their wife catch the full attention of the minister. Fitch turned around to keep an eye on the minister's door. Someone had already caught the attention of the minister. Beata. Fitch took a careful step to the left. The floor creaked. He stilled, alert, his ears feeling like they were stretching big. The 2 below were giggling about their husbands. Fitch pulled back the foot. Sweat trickled down the back of his neck. The 2 below started moving as they talked. He held his breath. He heard a door squeak open. Fitch wanted to scream over his shoulder at them to hurry it up and go somewhere else to gossip. One of the women mentioned the other's husband, Dalton. The door closed behind them. Fitch exhaled. Right in front of him, the minister's door burst open. The big stranger had Beata by the upper arm. Her back was to Fitch as she was put out of the room. The man shoved her, as if she weighed no more than a feather pillow. She landed on her bottom with a thud. She didn't know Fitch was standing right behind her. The stranger's unconcerned gaze met Fitch's wide eyes. The man's thick mat of dark hair, its tangled stringy strands, hung to his shoulders. His clothes were dark, covered in leather plates and straps and belts. Most of his weapons were lying on the floor in the room. He looked a man who didn't need them, though. A man who could, with his big calloused hands, crush the throat of nearly anyone. When he turned back to the room, Fitch realized to his horror that the odd cape was made from scalps. That was why it looked like it was covered with patches of hair, because it was covered with patches of hair, human hair, every color from blonde to black. From beyond the doorframe, the minister called the stranger by name, Stein, and pitched him a small white handful of cloth. Stein caught it and then stretched Beata's underpants between 2 meaty fingers for a look. He tossed them into her lap as she sat on the floor struggling for breath, trying mightily not to cry. Stein looked up into Fitch's eyes, completely unconcerned, and smiled. His smile wrinkled aside his heavy mat of stubble. He gave Fitch a larking wink. Fitch was stunned by the man's disregard for someone being there, seeing what was happening. The minister peered out as he buttoned his trousers. He too smiled, and then pulled the door shut behind himself as he stepped out into the hall. "Shall we visit the library now?" Stein held out a hand in invitation. "Lead the way, Minister." Beata sat hanging her head as the two men, chatting amicably, strode off down the hall to the left. She seemed crushed by the ordeal, too disillusioned to be able to muster the will to stand, to leave, to go back to her life the way it had been. Stock still, Fitch waited, hoping that somehow the impossible would happen, that maybe she wouldn't turn, that maybe she would be confused and wander off down the other hall, and she wouldn't notice him there behind her, unblinking, holding his breath. Sucking back her sobs, Beata staggered to her feet. When she turned and saw Fitch, she stiffened with a gasp. He stood paralyzed, wishing more than anything that he had never gone up the stairs for a look. He'd gotten considerably more of a look than he wanted. "Beata?" He wanted to ask if she was hurt, but of course she was hurt. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know how, didn't know the right words to use. He wanted to take her in his arms and shelter her, but he feared she might misconstrue his aching concern. Beata's face warped from misery to blind rage. Her hand unexpectedly whipped around, striking his face with such fury that it made his head ring inside like a bell. The wallop wrenched his head to the side. The room swam in his vision. He thought he saw someone in the distance down the hall, but he wasn't sure. As he tried to get his bearings, to grope for a railing as he staggered back, his hand found the floor instead. One knee joined his hand on the floor. He saw a blur of her blue dress as Beata raced down the stairs, the staccato sounds of her footfalls hammering an echo up the stairwell. Dazing pain, sharp and hot, drove into his upper jaw just in front of his ringing ear. His eyes hurt. He was stupefied by how hard she had hit him. Nausea bloated in the pit of his stomach. He blinked, trying to force his vision to clear. A hand under his arm startled him. It lifted him back to his feet. Dalton Campbell's face loomed close to his. Unlike the other two men, he did not smile, but rather studied Fitch's eyes, the way Master Drummond scrutinized a halibut brought in by the fishmonger, just before he gutted it. "What is your name?" "Fitch, sir. I work in the kitchen, sir." Between the punch and his dread, Fitch's legs felt like boiled noodles. The man glanced toward the stairs. "You seem to have wandered from the kitchen, don't you think?" "I took a paper to the brewer." Fitch paused to gulp air, trying to make his voice stop trembling. "I was just on my way back to the kitchen, sir." The hand tightened on Fitch's arm, drawing him closer. "Since you were rushing to the brewer, down on the lower level, and then right back to the kitchen on the first floor, you must be a hard-working young man. I would have no reason to recall seeing you up here on the third floor." He released Fitch's arm. "I suppose I recall seeing you downstairs, rushing back to the kitchen from the brewer, without wandering off anywhere along the way?" Fitch's concern for Beata turned to a focused hope to keep himself from being thrown out of the house, or worse. "Yes, sir. I'm on my way right back to the kitchen." Dalton Campbell draped his hand over the hilt of his sword. "You've been working, and haven't seen a thing, have you?" Fitch swallowed his terror. "No, sir. Nothing. I swear. Just that Minister Chanbur smiled at me. He's a great man, the minister. I'm thankful that a man so great as he would give work to a worthless haken such as myself." The corners of Dalton Campbell's mouth turned up just enough that Fitch thought the aide might be pleased by what he'd heard. His fingers drummed along the length of the brass crossguard of his sword. Fitch stared at the lordly weapon. He felt driven to speak into the silence. "I want to be good and be a worthy member of the household, to work hard, to earn my keep." The smile widened. "That is indeed good to know. You seem a fine young man. Perhaps, since you are so earnest in your desire, I could count on you?" Fitch wasn't sure exactly what he was to be counted on for, but he gave a yes, sir, anyway, and without hesitation. "Since you swear you didn't see anything on your way back to the kitchen, you are proving to me that you are a lad of potential. Perhaps one who could be entrusted with more responsibility." "Responsibility, sir?" Dalton Campbell's dark eyes gleamed with a terrifying, incomprehensible intelligence, the kind Fitch imagined the mice must see in the eyes of the house cats. We sometimes have need of people desiring to move up in the household. We will see. Keep yourself vigilant against the lies of people wishing to bring disrepute to the minister, and we will see. Yes, sir. I'd not like to hear anyone say anything against the minister. He's a good man, the minister. I hope the rumors I've heard are true, that one day we might be blessed enough by the Creator that Minister Chanmore would become sovereign. Now the aide's smile truly did take hold. Yes, I do believe you have potential. Should you hear any lies about the minister, I would appreciate knowing about it. He gestured toward the stairs. Now, you had best get back to the kitchen. Yes, sir. If I hear any such thing, I'll bring it to you. Fitch made for the stairs. I'd not want anyone lying about the minister. That would be wrong. Young man, Fitch, was it? Fitch turned back from the top step. Yes, sir. Fitch. Dalton Campbell crossed his arms and turned his head to peer with one questioning eye. What have you learned at Penance about protecting the sovereign? The sovereign? Fitch rubbed his palms on his trousers. Well, that anything done to protect our sovereign is a virtue? Very good. Arms still folded, he leaned toward Fitch. And since you have heard that Minister Chanmore is likely to be named sovereign, then... The man expected an answer. Fitch groped wildly for it. He cleared his throat at last. Well, I guess that if he's to be named sovereign, then maybe he ought to be protected the same? By the way Dalton Campbell smiled as he straightened his back, Fitch knew he'd hit upon the right answer. You may indeed have potential to move up in the household. Thank you, sir. I would do anything to protect the minister. Seeing as how he'll be sovereign one day, it's my duty to protect him in any way I can. Yes, Dalton Campbell drawled in an odd way. He cocked his head cat-like as he considered Fitch. If you prove to be helpful in whatever way we might need in order to protect the minister, it would go a long way toward clearing your debt. Fitch's ears perked up. My debt, sir? Like I told Morley, if he proves to be of use to the minister, it might be that he could even earn himself a surname and a certificate signed by the sovereign to go with it. You seem a bright lad. I would expect no less might be in your future. Fitch's jaw hung open. Earning a surname was one of his dreams. A certificate signed by the sovereign proved to all that a Hakin had paid his debt and was to be recognized with a surname and respected. His mind tumbled backward to what he'd just heard. Morley? Scullion Morley? Yes. Didn't he tell you I talked to him? Fitch scratched behind an ear, trying to imagine that Morley would have kept such astonishing news from him. Well, no, sir. He never said nothing. He's about my best friend. I'd recall if he'd said such a thing. I'm sorry, but he never did. Dalton Campbell stroked a finger against the silver of the scabbard at his hip as he watched Fitch's eyes. I told him not to mention it to anyone. He arched an eyebrow. That kind of loyalty pays plums. I expect no less from you. Do you understand, Fitch? Fitch surely did. Not a soul. Just like Morley. I got it, Master Campbell. Dalton Campbell nodded as he smiled to himself. Good. He again rested a hand on the hilt of his magnificent sword. You know, Fitch, when a Hakin has his debt paid and earns his surname, that signed certificate entitles him to carry a sword. Fitch's eyes widened. It does? I never knew. The tall Anders smiled a stately farewell, and with a noble flourish turned and started off down the hall. Back to work, then, Fitch. Glad to have made your acquaintance. Perhaps we will speak again one day. Before anyone else caught him up there, Fitch raced down the stairs. Confounding thoughts swirled through his head. Thinking again about Beata and what had happened, he just wanted the day to end so he could get himself good and drunk. He ached with sorrow for Beata, but it was the minister she admired, the minister who would someday be sovereign that Fitch had seen on her. Besides, she struck him, a terrible thing for a Hakin to do, even to another Hakin. although he wasn't certain the prohibition extended to women. But even if it didn't, that wouldn't make him feel any less miserable about it. For some unfathomable reason, she hated him now. He ached to get drunk. Chapter 16. Fitch! Here, boy! Fitch! Usually, when Master Drummond called him by that name, Fitch knew he blushed with humiliation, but this time he was in such anguish over what he had seen upstairs earlier that he hardly felt any shame over so petty a thing. Master Drummond's talking down to him as if he were dirt could not match Beata's hating him and hitting him. It had been a couple of hours, but his face still throbbed where she'd clouted him, so he was clear on that much of it. She hated him. It confused and confounded him, but he was sure she hated him. It seemed to him she should be angry at someone, anyone, besides him. Angry at herself, maybe, for going up there in the first place. But he guessed she couldn't very well have refused to go see the minister if he asked for her. Then Inger the butcher would have thrown her out when the minister told him that his Haken girl refused to go up to take his special request. No, she couldn't very well have done that. Besides, she wanted to meet the man. She'd told him she did. Fitch knew, though, that she never expected he would have his way with her. Maybe it wasn't the minister she was so distraught about. Fitch remembered that man, Stein, winking at him. She was up there a long time. That was still no reason for her to hate Fitch or to hit him. Fitch came to a halt. His fingers throbbed from having them in scalding water for so long, scrubbing and scraping. The rest of him felt sick and numb, except, of course, his face. Yes, sir? Master Drummond opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it, and instead leaned down. He frowned. What happened to your face? One of the billets of apples slipped and hit me as I picked up an armload, sir. Master Drummond shook his head as he wiped his hands on his white towel. Idiot, he muttered. Only an idiot, he said in a voice loud enough so others could hear, would hit himself in the face with a stick of wood as he picked it up. Yes, sir. Master Drummond was just about to speak when Dalton Campbell, studying a well-used piece of paper covered with messy lines of writing, glided up beside Fitch. He had a whole stack of disheveled papers, their curled and crumpled edges protruding every which way. He followed down the writing with one finger as he nested the papers in the crook of his other arm. Drummond, I came to make sure of a few items, he said, without looking up. Master Drummond quickly finished at wiping his hands and then straightened his broad back. Yes, sir, Mr. Campbell. Whatever I can do for you. The minister's aide lifted the paper to peer at a second sheet beneath. Have you seen to putting the best platters and ewers in the ambry? Yes, Mr. Campbell. Dalton muttered absently to himself about how they must have been changed after he'd looked. He scanned the paper and then flipped to a third piece. You will need to make 2 additional places at the high table. He flipped back to the second page. Master Drummond's mouth twisted in agitation. 2 more. Yes, Mr. Campbell. If you could, in the future, would you kindly let me know such as this a little earlier in the day? Dalton Campbell's finger flicked at the air, but his eyes never left his papers. Yes, yes, only too happy to do so. If the minister informs me of it sooner, that is. He tapped a place in his papers and looked up. Lady Chanbor objects to the musicians' stomachs grumbling along with their music. Please see to it that they are fed something first this time, especially the harpist. She will be closest to Lady Chanbor. Master Drummond dipped his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Mr. Campbell, I will see to it. Fitch, ever so slowly, so as not to be obvious, slipped backward a couple of paces, keeping his head down, trying not to appear as if he were listening to the minister's aide giving the kitchen master instructions. He wished he could leave rather than risk being thought a snoop, but he knew he'd be yelled at if he left without being sent off, so he compromised at trying to be inconspicuous, but at hand. And the spiced wine, there needs to be more of a variety this time. Some people thought last time's selection skimpy. Hot and cold both, please. Master Drummond pressed his lips together. Short notice, Mr. Campbell. If you could, in the future... Yes, yes, if I am informed, so will you be. He flipped over another page. Dainties. They are to be served at the head table only, until they have had their fill. Last time the minister was embarrassed to discover them gone, and some guests at his table left wanting more. Let the other tables go wanting first if for some reason you have been unable to acquire a proper supply. Fitch remembered that incident too, and he knew that this time Master Drummond had ordered more of the deer testicles fried up. Fitch had pilfered one of the treats as he took the fry pan to be washed, although he had to eat it without the sweet and sour sauce. It was still good. As Dalton Campbell checked his papers, he asked questions about different salts, butters, and breads, and gave Master Drummond a few more corrections to the dinner. Fitch, as he waited, trying not to watch the two men, watched instead the woman at a nearby table make the pig stomachs, stuffed with ground meats, cheeses, eggs, and spices, into hedgehogs by covering them with almond spines. At another table, two women were refeathering roasted peacocks with feathers colored by saffron and yellow turnsole. Even the beaks and claws were colored, so that the newly plumed birds looked like spectacular creatures of gold, like gold statues, only more lifelike. Dalton Campbell, at last seeming to finish with his list of questions and instructions, lowered his arms, one hand loosely holding the hand holding the papers. "Is there anything you would like to report, Drummond?" The kitchen master licked his lips, seeming not to know what the aide was talking about. "No, Mr. Campbell." "And everyone in your kitchen, then, is doing their job to your satisfaction?" His face was blank of emotion. Fitch saw eyes in the room cautiously turn up for a quick peek. The work going on all about seemed to grow quieter. He could almost see ears getting bigger. It seemed to Fitch like maybe Dalton Campbell was working around the edges of accusing Master Drummond of not running a good kitchen by allowing lazy people to avoid their duties and then failing to punish them. The kitchen master seemed to suspect the same accusation. "Well, yes, sir, they are doing their job to my satisfaction. I keep them in line, Mr. Campbell. I'll not have slackers ruining the workings of my kitchen. I couldn't have that. This is too important a household to allow any slugger to spoil things. I don't allow it. No, sir, I don't." Dalton Campbell nodded his pleasure at hearing this. "Very good, Drummond. I, too, would not like to have slackers in the household." He scanned the room of silent, quietly hard-working people. "Very well. Thank you, Drummond. I will check back later before it's time to begin serving." Master Drummond bowed his head. "Thank you, Mr. Campbell." The minister's aide turned and started to leave, and as he did so, he caught sight of Fitch standing there. As he frowned, Fitch lowered his head on his shoulders even more, wishing he could melt into the cracks in the wood floor. Dalton Campbell glanced back over his shoulder at the kitchen master. "What is this scullion's name?" "Fitch, Mr. Campbell." "Fitch. Ah, I get it then. And how long has he worked in the household?" "Some 4 years, Mr. Campbell." 4 years? That long? He turned fully around to face Master Drummond. "And is he a slacker, then, who ruins the workings of your fine kitchen? One who should have been put out of the household long ago, but has not been for some mysterious reason? You haven't been overlooking your responsibility as kitchen master, allowing a slacker to be under the minister's roof, have you? Are you truly guilty of such dereliction?" Fitch stood in frozen terror, wondering if he would be beaten before they threw him out, or if they would simply show him the door and send him away without so much as a morsel of food. Master Drummond's gaze flicked back and forth between Fitch and the aide. "Well, no, sir. No, Mr. Campbell. I see to it that Fitch pulls his share of the load. I'd not let him be a slacker under the minister's roof. No, sir." Dalton Campbell peered back at Fitch with a puzzling expression. He looked once again to the kitchen master. "Well, then, if he does as you ask, and does his work, I see no reason to demean the young man by calling him Fetch, do you? Don't you think that reflects badly on you, Drummond, as kitchen master?" "Well, Very good, then. I'm glad you agree. We'll have no more of that sort of thing in the household." Either with stealth or bold intent, nearly every eye in the kitchen was on the exchange between the two men. That fact was not lost on the kitchen master. "Well, now, just a minute, if you don't mind. No real harm is meant, and the boy doesn't mind, do you now, Fitch?" Dalton Campbell's posture changed in a way that halted the words in Master Drummond's mouth before they could finish coming out. The noble-looking aide's dark ander eyes took on a dangerous gleam. He suddenly seemed taller, his shoulders broader, his muscles more evident under his fine dark blue doublet and quilted jerkin. His offhanded, distracted, casual, and at times stuffy official tone was suddenly gone. He'd transformed into a threat as deadly-looking as the weapon at his hip. "Let me put it another way for you, Drummond. We'll not have that sort of thing under this roof. I expect you to comply with my wishes. If I ever again hear you demean any of our staff by calling them names intended to be humiliating, I will have a new kitchen master and you put out. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir. Very clear. Thank you, sir." Campbell started to leave, but turned back, his whole person conveying the image of menace. "One other thing. Minister Chanbor gives me orders, and I carry them out without fail. That is my job. I give you orders, and you carry them out without fail. That is your job. I expect the boy to do his work or be put out. But you put him out, and you had better be prepared to provide proof of why, and moreover, if you make it hard on him because of my orders, then I will not put you out, but instead I will gut you and have you roasted on that spit over there. Now is all that absolutely clear, Mr. Drummond?" Fitch hadn't known Master Drummond's eyes could go so wide. Sweat beaded all over his forehead. He swallowed before he spoke. "Yes, sir. Absolutely clear. It will be as you say. You have my word." Dalton Campbell seemed to shrink back to his normal size, which was not small to begin with. The pleasant expression returned to his face, including the polite smile. "Thank you, Drummond. Carry on." Not once during the exchange had Dalton Campbell looked at Fitch, nor did he as he turned and strode out of the kitchen. Along with Master Drummond and half the people in the kitchen, Fitch let out his breath. When he thought again about what had just happened, and he realized, for the first time really, that Master Drummond would no longer be calling him Fetch, he was overcome with weak-kneed astonishment. He suddenly thought very highly of Dalton Campbell. Pulling his white towel from behind his belt and blotting his forehead, Master Drummond noticed people watching. "Back to work, all of you!" He replaced the towel. "Fitch," he called in a normal voice, just like when he called the other people in his kitchen. Fitch took 2 quick steps forward. "Yes, sir." He gestured. "We need some more oak. Not as much as the last time, about half that much. Be quick about it now." "Yes, sir." Fitch ran for the door, eager to get the wood, not even caring about the splinters he might get. He would never again have to be humiliated by that hated name. People would not laugh at him over it, all because of Dalton Campbell. At that moment, Fitch would have carried hot coals in his bare hands if Dalton Campbell asked it, and smiled all the way. Chapter 17. Unbuttoning the top button of his doublet, Dalton Campbell, with his other hand, nudged the tall mahogany door to his quarters until he felt the latch click home. At once, the balm of quiet began to soothe him. It had been a long day, and it was far from over. There was still the feast to attend. "Teresa," he called across the sitting room back toward the bedroom. "It's me." He wished they could stay in. Stay in and make love. His nerves needed the diversion. Later, perhaps, if business didn't interfere. He unfastened another button and tugged open the collar as he yawned. The fragrance of lilacs filled his lungs. Heavy blue moire drapes at the far windows were drawn against the darkening sky, leaving the room to perfumed, mellow lamplight, scented candles, and the flickering glow of a low fire in the hearth, burning for the cheer it brought, rather than the need of heat. He noted the dark violet carpet, and its wheat-colored fringe looked freshly brushed. The gilded chairs were angled to show off the tawny leather seats and backs as they posed beside elegant tables set with lush sprays of fresh flowers. The plush throws and pillows on the couches were set just so, the deliberate precision meant to convey a casual intimacy with luxury. Dalton expected his wife to oversee the staff and ensure that the quarters were kept presentable for business as well as entertaining, which were, although approached differently, one and the same. Teresa would know that with the feast that night it was even more likely he would ask someone back to their apartments, someone important. That could be anyone from a dignitary to an inconspicuous pair of eyes and ears. They were all important in their way, all meshing into the cobweb he worked, listening, watching for any tiny little tug. Crowded feasts were concentrated confusion, alive with drinking, conversation, commotion, and emotion. They often provided opportunities to forge alliances, reinforce loyalties, or in force fealties, to tend his cobweb. Teresa stuck her head past the doorframe, grinning her joy upon seeing him. "There's my sweetheart." Despite the weary mood enveloping him as he closed the door behind, shutting out the day's troubles if only for the moment, he smiled helplessly at her dark, sparkling eyes. "Tess, my darling, your hair looks grand." A gold comb decorated the front lift of the full top. The wealth of dangling dark tresses were tied with an abundance of sequined gold ribbons that added to her hair's length, almost forming a collar. Parting as she leaned forward, the sparkling strips teasingly revealed her graceful neck. In her mid-20s, she was younger than he by nearly 10 years. Dalton thought her a ravishing creature beyond compare, a bonus to her allure of trenchant commitment to objectives. He could scarcely believe that a short 6 months ago she had finally and at long last become his wife. Others had been in contention, some of greater standing, but none with more ambition. Dalton Campbell was not a man to be denied. Anyone who took him lightly came to a day of reckoning when they learned better than to underestimate him, or came to regret the mistake. Nearly a year ago, when he had asked her to be his wife, she had quizzed him, asking in that velvet bantering manner of hers that often cloaked the steel of her aims, if he was really a man who intended on going places, as she certainly meant to rise up in the world. At the time, he had been an assistant to the magistrate in Fairfield, not an unimportant job, but only a convenient port as far as he was concerned, a place to gather his resources and cultivate connections. He had not played into her chaffing questions, but instead assured her in all sobriety that he was a man on the way up, and no other man she was seeing, despite his present station, had any chance of approaching Dalton Campbell's future stature. She had been taken aback by his solemn declaration. It wiped the smile off her face. On the spot, in the spell of his conviction, the truth of his purpose, she consented to marry him. She had been pleased to learn the reliability of his predictions. As plans proceeded for their wedding, he was awarded a better appointment. In their first few months of marriage, they had moved 3 times, always to improved quarters, and as a result of advanced positions. The public who had cause to know of him, either because of his reputation or because of their dealings with Anderith government, valued his keen understanding of Anderith law. Dalton Campbell was widely recognized for his brilliant insight into the complexities of the law, the fortress bedrock it was built upon, the intricate structure of its wisdom and precedent, and the scope of its protective walls. The men for whom Dalton worked appreciated his vast understanding of the law, but valued most his knowledge of the law's arcane passages, burrows, and obscure openings out of dark traps and corners. They also valued his ability to swiftly abandon the law when the situation required a different solution, one the law couldn't provide. In such cases, he was just as inventive and just as effective. In no more time than a snap of the fingers, it seemed, Teresa easily adjusted to the ameliorated circumstances in which she regularly found herself, taking up the novel task of directing household staff with the aplomb of one who had been doing it for the whole of her life. Only weeks before, he had won the top post at the minister's estate. Teresa had been jubilant to learn they would be taking on luxurious quarters in such a prestigious place. She now found herself a woman of standing among women of rank and privilege. She might have been overjoyed, nearly tearing off his clothes to have him on the spot when he told her the news, but the truth be known, she had expected no less. If there was one person who shared his ruthless ambition, it was Teresa. "Oh, Dalton, will you tell me what dignitaries will be at the feast? I can't stand the suspense a moment longer." He yawned again as he stretched. He knew she had her own cobwebs to tend. "Boring dignitaries." "But the minister will be there." "Yes." "Well, silly, he's not boring. And I've gotten to know some of the women, the wives of the estate. They're all grand people. Good as I could have hoped. Their husbands are all important." She touched the tip of her tongue to her upper lip in a sly, teasing gesture. "Just not as important as my husband." "Tess, my darling," he said with a smile, "you could inspire a dead man to become important for you." She winked and then disappeared. "There were several messages slipped under the door for you," she called back from the other room. "They're in the desk." The elegant desk in the corner glowed like a dark gem. Made of polished elm burl, each panel of quartered, book-matched veneer was outlined with diamond-patterned banding of alternating plain and dyed maple. Each dark diamond was inset with a dot of gold. The legs were varnished to a deep luster, rather than gilded, as were the legs of most of the other furniture in the room. In the secret compartment behind an upper drawer, there were several sealed messages. He broke the seals and scanned each message, assessing its importance. Some were of interest, but none were urgent. They mostly meant to pass along information, little vibrations from every corner of his cobweb. One reported an odd and apparently accidental drowning in a public fountain. It had happened in early afternoon as crowds regularly passed the landmark in the Square of the Martyrs. Even though it had been daylight and in full view of everyone, no one noticed until it was too late. Having seen similar messages of unexplained deaths of late, Dalton knew the unspoken implication of the message was an admonition, that it might have been some sort of a vendetta involving magic, but made to look like an unfortunate accident. One mentioned only a perturbed lady, reporting that she was restless and that she had written a missive to a director, asking for a moment of his time in private at the feast, and asking him to keep her letter confidential. Dalton knew the woman to whom the message referred, and because of that, he knew also it would be Director Linscott to whom she had written. The person writing the message for him knew better than to write down names. He suspected the reason for the restless part. It was the desire for the private meeting that concerned him. The message said the woman's letter was somehow lost and never delivered. Dalton slipped the messages back into the compartment for later review and replaced the drawer. He was going to have to do something about the woman. What, he didn't yet know. Overreacting could sometimes cause as much trouble as doing nothing. It might be he need only give the woman an ear, let her vent her pique, as perhaps she meant to do with Director Linscott. Dalton could just as easily hear her grievance. Someone, somewhere in his intricate cobweb of contacts, would give him the bit of information he needed to make the right decision, and if not, talking to the woman in a reassuring manner might smooth things enough to give him the direction he needed. Dalton had only had his new post a short time, but he'd wasted none of it in establishing himself in nearly every aspect of life at the estate. He became a useful colleague to many, a confidant to others, and shield to a few. Each method, in its own way, earned him loyalty. Along with the gifted people he knew, his ever-growing cobweb of connections virtually hummed like a harp. From the first day, though, Dalton's primary objective had been to make himself indispensable to the minister. During his second week on the job, a researcher had been sent out to the estate libraries by one of the directors from the Office of Cultural Amity. Minister Chanbur had not been pleased. The truth be known, he had flown into a resentful rage, not an uncommon response from Bertrand Chanbur, when represented with worrisome, even ominous news. 2 days after the researcher arrived, Dalton was able to inform Minister Chanbur that the man had ended up getting himself arrested, drunk, and in the bed of a harlot back in Fairfield. None of that was a crime of any consequence, of course, even though it would have looked bad enough to some of the directors, but the man was found to have an extremely rare and valuable book in the pocket of his coat. An extremely rare and valuable book written by none other than Joseph Ander himself. The ancient text, valuable beyond price, had been reported missing from the Minister of Culture's estate right after the researcher went off drinking. At Dalton's instructions, the director's office was immediately informed of the book's disappearance, hours before the culprit was apprehended. With the report, Dalton had sent his personal assurance to the directors that he would not rest until the malefactor was found, and that he intended to launch an immediate public investigation to discover if such a cultural crime was the precursor to a treasonous plot. The stunned silence from the office of the directors had been thunderous. The magistrate in Fairfield, the one for whom Dalton had once worked, was an admirer of the Minister of Culture, serving as he did at the minister's pleasure, and of course did not take lightly the theft from the Andereth Library of Culture. He recognized the theft for what it was: sedition. The researcher who had been caught with the book was swiftly put to death for cultural crimes against the Andereth people. Far from quelling the scandal, this caused the air to become rampant with ugly rumors of a confession taken before the man was put to death. A confession, it was said, that implicated others. The director who had sent the man to the estate to do research rather than be associated with a cultural crime, as a point of honor and in order to end speculation and innuendo, had resigned. Dalton, as the minister's official representative looking into the whole affair, after reluctantly taking the director's resignation, issued a statement discrediting the rumors of a confession and officially closed the entire matter. An old friend of Dalton's had been fortunate enough to earn the appointment to the suddenly vacant seat for which he had been working nearly his whole life. Dalton had been the first to shake his hand, the hand of a new director. A more grateful and joyous man Dalton had never met. Dalton was pleased by that, by seeing deserving people, people he loved and trusted, happy. After the incident, Bertrand Chanbour decided his responsibilities required a closer working relationship with his aide and designated Dalton as chief of staff, as well as aide to the minister, thus giving him authority over the entire household. Dalton now reported only to the minister. The position had also accorded them their latest quarters, the finest on the estate, other than those of the minister himself. Page 121. Dalton thought Teresa had been even more pleased about it than he, if that was possible. She was in love with the apartment that came with the elevated authority. She was captivated by the people of noble standing among whom she now mingled. She was intoxicated with meeting important and powerful people who came to the estate. Those guests, as well as people of the estate, treated Teresa with the deference due one of her high standing, despite the fact that most of them were nobly born, and she, like Dalton, was well born, but not noble. Dalton had always found matters of birth to be petty and less consequential than some people thought, once they understood how auspicious allegiances could be considerably more significant to a providential life. Across the room, Teresa cleared her throat. When Dalton turned from the desk, she lifted her nose and with noble grace stepped out into the sitting room to display herself in her new dress. His eyes widened. Displaying herself was exactly what she was doing. The fabric glimmered dreamlike in the light from lamps, candles, and the low fire. Golden patterns of leafy designs swirled across a dark background. Gold-colored piping trimmed seams and edges, drawing attention to her narrow waist and voluptuous curves. The silk fabric of the skirt, like new wheat, hugging every nuance of the rolling lowland hills, betrayed the shape of her curvaceous legs beneath. But it was the neckline that had him speechless. Sweeping down from the ends of her shoulders, it plunged to an outrageous depth. The sight of her sensuous breasts, so exposed, had a profound effect on him, as arousing as it was unsettling. Teresa twirled around, showing off the dress, the deeply cut back, the way it sparkled in the light. With long strides, Dalton crossed the room to catch her in his arms as she came back around the second time. She giggled to find herself trapped in his embrace. He bent to kiss her, but she pushed his face away. "Careful. I've spent hours painting my face. Don't muss it, Dalton." She moaned helplessly against his mouth as he kissed her anyway. She seemed pleased with the effect she was having on him. He was pleased with the effect she was having on him. Teresa pulled back. She reached up and tugged the sequined gold ribbons tied to her hair. "Sweetheart, does it look any longer yet?" she asked in a pleading voice. "It's pure misery waiting for it to grow." With his new post and attendant new apartments, he was moving up in the world, becoming a man of power. With that new authority came the privileges of rank. His wife was allowed to wear longer hair to reflect her status. Other wives in the household wore hair nearly to their shoulders. His wife would be no different, except perhaps that her hair would be just a little longer than all but a few other women in the house, or in the whole land of Anderith. For that matter, in the whole of the Midlands. She was married to an important man. The thought washed through him with icy excitement, as it did from time to time when it really sank in just how far he had risen and what he had attained. Dalton Campbell intended this to be only the beginning. He intended to go further. He had plans, and he had the ear of a man with a lust for plans, among other things. But no matter. Dalton could handle such petty matters. The minister was simply taking the perks of his position. "Tess, darling, your hair is growing beautifully. If any woman looks down her nose at you for it not yet being longer, you just remember her name. For your hair in the end will be longer than any of theirs. When it finally grows, you can then revisit that name for recompense. Teresa bounced on the balls of her feet as she threw her arms around his neck. She squealed in giddy delight. Intertwining her fingers behind his back, she peeked up at him with a coquettish look. "Do you like my dress?" To make her point, she pressed up against him while gazing into his eyes, watching deliberately as his gaze roamed lower. In answer, he bent to her, and in one swift motion slipped his hand up under her silky skirt, along the inside of her leg, up to the bare flesh above her stockings. She gasped in mock surprise as his hand reached her private places. Dalton kissed her again as he groped her. He was no longer thinking about taking her to the feast. He wanted to take her to the bed. As he pushed her toward the bedroom, she squirmed out of his lustful grip. "Dalton, don't muss me, sweetheart. Everyone will see the wrinkles in my dress." "I don't think anyone will be looking at the wrinkles in the dress. I think they will be looking at what is spilling out of it. Teresa, I don't want you to wear such a thing anywhere but to greet your husband at the door upon his return home to you." She playfully swatted his shoulder. "Dalton, stop." "I mean it." He looked down her cleavage again. "Teresa, this dress is... it shows too much." She turned away. "Oh, Dalton, stop. You're being silly. All the women are wearing such dresses nowadays." She twirled to him, the flirt back on her face. "You aren't jealous, are you? Having other men admire your wife?" She was the one thing he had wanted more than power. Unlike everything else in his life, he entertained no invitations for understandings where Teresa was concerned. The spirits knew there were enough men at the estate who were admired, even envied, because they gained for themselves the courtesy of influence, inasmuch as their wives made themselves available to Minister Chanbur. Dalton Campbell was not one of them. He used his talent and wits to get where he was, not his wife's body. That, too, gave him an edge over the others. His forbearance was rapidly evaporating, leaving his tone less than indulgent. "And how will they know it to be my wife? Their eyes will never make it up to your face." "Dalton, stop. You're being insufferably stodgy. All the other women will be wearing dresses similar to this. It's the style. You're always so busy with your new job, you don't know anything about prevailing custom. I do. Believe it or not, this dress is conservative compared to what others will be wearing. I wouldn't wear a dress as revealing as theirs. I know how you get. But I don't want to look out of place either. No one will think anything of it, except that perhaps the wife of the minister's right-hand man is a tad prissy." No one was going to think her prissy. They were going to think she was proclaiming herself available to invitation. "Teresa, you can wear another, the red one with the V-neck. You can still see enough of your cleavage. The red one is hardly prissy." She showed him her back, folding her arms in a pout. "I suppose you will be happy to have me wear a homely dress and have every other woman there whispering behind my back at how I dress like the wife of a lowly assistant to a magistrate. The red dress was what I wore when you were a nobody. I thought you would be happy to see me in my new dress, to see how your wife can fit in with the fashion of the important women here. But now I'll never fit in around here. I'll be the stuffy wife of the minister's aide. No one will even want to talk to me. I'll never have any friends." Dalton drew a deep breath, letting it out slowly. He watched her dab a knuckle at her nose. "Tess, is this really what the other women will be wearing at the feast?" She spun around, beaming up at him. It occurred to him that it was not so unlike the way the Haken girl down in the kitchen had beamed at his invitation to meet the Minister of Culture. "Of course it's what the other women are wearing, except that I'm not as bold as they, so it shows less. Oh, Dalton, you'll see. You'll be proud of me. I want to be a proper wife of the minister's aide. I want you to be proud. I'm proud of you. Only you, Dalton. A wife is crucial to a man as important as you. I protect your station when you aren't there. You don't know what women can be like. Petty, jealous, ambitious, scheming, treacherous, traitorous. One clever, nasty word to their husband, and soon it's on every tongue. I make sure that if there is a nasty word, it dies quickly, that none dare repeat it." He nodded. He knew full well that women brought their husbands information and gossip. "I suppose." "You always said we were partners. You know how I protect you." You know how hard I work to make sure you fit in at each new place we go. You know I would never do anything to jeopardize what you've worked so hard to gain for us. You always told me how you would take me to the best places, and I would be accepted as the equal of any woman. You've done as you promised, my husband. I always knew you would. That was why I agreed to marry you. Even though I always loved you, I would never have married you had I not believed in your future. We have only each other, Dalton. Have I ever made a misstep when we went to a new place? No, Tess, you never have. Do you think I would recklessly do so now at a place as important as this, when you stand on the brink of true greatness? Teresa was the only one in whom he confided his audacious ambitions, his boldest plans. She knew what he intended, and she never derided him for it. She believed him. No, Tess, you wouldn't jeopardize all that. I know you wouldn't. He wiped a hand over his face as he sighed. Wear the dress if you think it proper. I will trust your judgment. The matter settled, she shoved him toward the dressing room. Come on now, change your clothes, get ready. You will be the most handsome one there, I just know it. If there is any cause for jealousy, it is I who will have it, for all the other wives will be green with envy that I have the prize of the household, and it is you who will get the whispered invitations. He turned her around and grasped her by the shoulders, waiting until she looked up into his eyes. You just stay away from a man named Stein, Bertrand's guest of honor. Keep your new dress out of his face. Understand? She nodded. How will I know him? He released her shoulders and straightened. It won't be hard. He wears a cape of human scalps. Teresa gasped. No. She leaned closer. The one you told me about, come from beyond the wilds to the south, from the old world? Come to discuss our future allegiance? Yes. Stay away from him. She blinked again at such startling news. How stimulating. I don't know that anyone here has ever met such an interesting foreigner. He must be very important. He is an important man. A man with whom we will be discussing business, so I'd like not to have to slice him into little pieces for trying to force you to his bed. It would waste valuable time waiting for the Emperor to send another representative from the old world. It was no idle boast, and she knew it. He studied the sword as intently as he studied the law. Dalton could behead a flea on a peach without disturbing the fuzz. Teresa smirked. He need not look my way, and he'll not sleep alone tonight either. There will be women fighting over the chance to be with so outrageous a man. Human scalps! She shook her head at so astounding a notion. The woman who wins his bed will be at the head of every invitation for months to come. Maybe they would like to invite a Haken girl to tell them how exciting and grand it was, Dalton snapped. Haken girl? Teresa grunted dismissively at such whimsy. I think not. Haken girls don't count to those women. She turned once more to the important part of his news. So, no decision has yet been made? We still don't know if Anderith will stick with the Midlands or if we will break and join with Emperor Jagang from the old world? No, we don't yet know how it will go. The directors are divided. Stein only just arrived to speak his piece. She stretched up on her toes to give him a peck. I will stay away from the man. While you help decide the fate of Anderith, I will watch your back, as always, and keep my ears open. She took a step toward the bedroom, but spun back to him. If the man has come to speak his side of matters... Sudden realization stole into her dark eyes. Dalton, the Sovereign is going to be here tonight, isn't he? The Sovereign himself will be at the feast. Dalton took her chin in his fingertips. A smart wife is the best ally a man can have. Smiling, he let her seize him by his little fingers and tug, pulling him into the dressing room. I've only seen the man from afar. Oh, Dalton, you are a marvel, bringing me to such a place as I would get to break bread with the Sovereign himself. You just remember what I said and stay away from Stein, unless I'm with you. For that matter, the same goes for Bertrand, though I doubt he'd dare to cross me. If you're good, I'll introduce you to the Sovereign. She was struck speechless for only a moment. When we retire to bed tonight, you will find out just how good I can be. The spirits preserve me, she added in a whisper. I hope I can wait that long. The sovereign? Oh, Dalton, you are a marvel. While she sat before a mirror on her dressing table, checking her face to see what damage he had wrought with his kisses, Dalton pulled open the tall wardrobe. So, Tess, what gossip have you heard? He peered into the wardrobe, looking through his shirts, looking for the one with the collar he liked best. Since her dress was a golden color, he changed his plans and decided to wear his red coat. Best, anyway, if he was to put forth an assured appearance. As Teresa leaned toward the mirror, dabbing her cheeks with a small sponge she had dragged across a silver container of rose-colored powder, she rambled on about the gossip of the house. None of it sounded important to Dalton. His thoughts wandered to the real concerns with which he had to deal, to the directors he had yet to convince, and about how to handle Bertrand Chanbour. The minister was a cunning man, a man Dalton understood. The minister shared Dalton's ambition, if in a larger, more public sense. Bertrand Chanbour was a man who wanted everything. Everything from a Haken girl who caught his eye to the seat of the sovereign. If Dalton had any say, and he did, Bertrand Chanbour would get what Bertrand Chanbour wanted. And Dalton would have the power and authority he wanted. He didn't need to be sovereign. Minister of Culture would do. The Minister of Culture was the true power in the land of Andereth, making most laws and appointing magistrates to see them carried through. The Minister of Culture's influence and authority touched every business, every person in the land. He held sway over commerce, arts, institutions, and beliefs. He oversaw the army and all public projects. He was the embodiment of religion as well. The sovereign was all ceremony and pomp, jewels and exquisite dress, parties and affairs. No, Dalton would settle for Minister of Culture. With the sovereign who danced on the cobweb, Dalton thrummed. I had your good boots polished, Teresa said. She pointed to the other side of the wardrobe. He bent to retrieve them. Dalton, what news is there from Adendrill? You said Stein is to speak his piece of the old world and the imperial order. What about Adendrill? What has the Midlands to say? If there was one thing that could spoil Dalton's ambitions and plans, it was the events in Adendrill. The ambassadors returning from Adendrill reported that the Mother Confessor has not only thrown her lot and that of the Midlands in with Lord Rall, the new leader of the Daharan Empire, but she was to marry the man. By now she must be wedded to him. Married? The Mother Confessor herself married? Teresa returned her attention to the mirror. That must have been a grand affair. I can imagine such a wedding would put anything in Andereth to shame. Teresa paused at her mirror. But a confessor's power takes a man when she marries him. This Lord Rall will be nothing but a puppet of the Mother Confessor. Dalton shook his head. Apparently he is gifted, and not subject to being destroyed by her power. She's a clever one, marrying a gifted Lord Rall of Dahara. It shows cunning, conviction, and deft strategic planning. Joining the Midlands with Dahara has created an empire to be feared, an empire to be reckoned with. It will be a difficult decision. The ambassadors had further reported Lord Rall a man of seeming integrity, a man of great conviction, a man committed to peace and the freedom of those who joined with him. He was also a man who demanded their surrender into the growing Daharan Empire and demanded it immediately. Men like that tended to be unreasonable. A man like that could be no end of trouble. Dalton brought out a shirt and held it up to show Teresa. She nodded her approval. He stripped to the waist and slipped his arms into the crisp, clean shirt, savoring the fresh aroma. Stein brings Emperor Jagang's offer of a place for us in his New World Order. We will hear what he has to say. If Stein was any indication, the Imperial Order understood the nuances of power. Unlike all indications from Adendrill, they were willing to negotiate a number of points important to Dalton and the minister. And the directors? What have they to say about our fate? Dalton grunted his discontent. The directors, committed to the old ways, to the so-called freedom of the people of the Midlands, dwindle in number all the time. The directors insisting we stay with the rest of the Midlands, join with Lord Rall, are becoming isolated voices. People are tired of hearing their outdated notions and uninspired morals. Teresa set down her brush. Worry creased her brow. Will we have war, Dalton? With whom will we side? Will we be thrown into war, then? Dalton laid a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The war is going to be a long, bloody struggle. I have no interest in being dragged into it, or having our people dragged into it. I'll do what I must to protect Anderith. Much hinged on which side held the upper hand. There was no point in joining the losing side. If need be, we can unleash the Domini Dirch. No army, not Lord Rawls, not Emperor Jagangs, can stand against such a weapon. But it would be best before the fact to join the side offering the best terms and prospects. She clasped his hand. But this Lord Rawle is a wizard. You said he was gifted. There is no telling what a wizard might do. That might be a reason to join with him, but the Imperial Order has vowed to eliminate magic. Perhaps they have ways of countering his ability. But if Lord Rawle is a wizard, that would be fearsome magic, like the Domini Dirch. He might unleash his power against us if we failed to surrender to him. He patted her hand before going back to his dressing. Don't worry, Tess. I'll not let Anderith fall to ashes. And as I said, the Order claims they will end magic. If true, then a wizard wouldn't hold any threat over us. We will just have to see what Stein has to say. He didn't know how the Imperial Order could end magic. Magic, after all, had been around as long as the world. Maybe what the Order really meant was that they intended to eliminate those who were gifted. That would not be a novel idea, and to Dalton's mind had a chance of success. There were those who already advocated putting to the torch all the gifted. Anderith held several of the more radical leaders in chains, Seren Rajak among them. Charismatic, fanatical, and rabid, Seren Rajak was ungovernable and dangerous. If he was even still alive. They'd had him in chains for months. Rajak believed witches, as he called those with magic, to be evil. He had a number of followers he had incited into wild and destructive mobs before they'd arrested him. Men like that were dangerous. Dalton had lobbied against his execution, though. Men like that could also be useful. Oh, and you just won't believe it, Teresa was saying. She had started back on the gossip she'd heard. As he pondered Seren Rajak, he only half listened. This woman, the one I mentioned, the one who thinks so much of herself, Claudine Winthrop, well, she told us that the minister forced himself on her. Dalton was still only half listening. He knew the gossip to be true. Claudine Winthrop was the perturbed lady in the message in the secret compartment of his desk, the one for whom he needed to find a plum. She was also the one who had sent the letter to Director Linscott, the letter that never arrived. Claudine Winthrop hovered around the minister whenever she had the chance, flirting with him, smiling, batting her eyelashes. What did she think was going to happen? She'd gotten what she had to know she was going to get. Now she complains? And so she's so angry to be treated in such a coarse manner by the minister that after the dinner she intends to announce to Lady Chanbor and all the guests that the minister forced himself on her in the crudest fashion. Dalton's ears perked up. Rape it is, she called it. And rape she intends to report it to the minister's wife. Teresa turned in her seat to shake a small squirrel hair eye-color brush up at him. And to the directors of cultural amity, if any are there. And, Dalton, if the sovereign is there, it could be an ugly row. The sovereign is liable to hold up a hand commanding silence, so she may speak. Dalton was at full attention now. The 12 directors would be at the feast. Now he knew what Claudine Winthrop was about. She said this, did she? You heard her say it? Teresa put one hand on a hip. Yes, isn't that something? She should know what Minister Chanbor is like, how he beds half the women at the estate, and now she plans to make trouble? It should create quite the sensation, I'd say. I tell you, Dalton, she's up to something. When Teresa started prattling on to another subject, he broke in and asked, what had the other women to say about her, about Claudine's plans? Teresa set down the squirrel hair brush. Well, we all think it's just terrible. I mean, the Minister of Culture is an important man. Why, he could be sovereign one day. The sovereign is not a young man anymore. The minister could be called upon to step into the seat of sovereign at any moment. That's a terrible responsibility. She looked back to the mirror as she worked with a hairpick. She turned once more and shook it at him. The minister is terribly overworked and has the right to seek harmless diversion now and again. The women are willing. It's nobody's business. It's their private lives. It has no bearing on public business, and it's not like the little tramp didn't ask for it. Dalton couldn't dispute that much of it. For the life of him, he couldn't understand how women, whether a noble or a Haken girl, could bat their lashes at the lech and then be surprised when he rose, so to speak, to the bait. Of course, the Haken girl, Beata, hadn't been old enough or experienced enough to truly understand such mature games. Nor, he supposed, had she foreseen Stein in the bargain. Dalton felt a bit sorry for the girl, even if she was Haken. No, she hadn't seen Stein lurking in the tall wheat when she smiled in awe at the minister. But the other women, the women of the household, and mature women come from the city out to the estate for feasts and parties, they knew what the minister was about, and had no grounds to call foul after the fact. Dalton knew some only became unhappy when they didn't get some unspecified but significant recompense. Some plum. That was when it became Dalton's problem. He found them a plum and did his best to convince them they would love to have it. Most, wisely, accepted such generosity. It was all many had wanted in the first place. He didn't doubt that the women of the estate were agitated, that Claudine was scheming to bring trouble. Many of those wives had been with the minister, seduced by the heady air of power around the man. Dalton had reason to suspect many who had not been to the minister's bed wanted to end there. Bertrand either simply hadn't gotten to them yet, or didn't wish to. Most likely the former. He tended to appoint men to the estate only after he'd met their wives, too. Dalton had already had to turn down a perfectly good man as regent because Bertrand thought his wife too plain. Not only was there no end to the women swooning to fall under the man, but he was a glutton about it. Even so, he had certain standards. Like many men, as they got older, he savored youth. He was able to indulge his want for voluptuous young women without needing, as most men passing 50, to go to prostitutes in the city. In fact, Bertrand Chanbour avoided such women like the plague, fearing their virulent diseases. Other men his age, who could have young women no other way and could not resist, did not get a chance to grow much older. Nor did the young women. Disease swiftly claimed many. Bertrand Chanbour, though, had his pick of a steady supply of healthy young women of limited experience and standards. They flew of their own accord into that candle flame of high rank and nearly limitless authority. Dalton ran the side of his finger gently along Teresa's cheek. He was fortunate to have a woman who shared his ambition, but unlike many others, was discerning in how to go about it. "I love you, Tess." Surprised by his sudden tender gesture, she took his hand in both of hers and planted kisses all along it. He didn't know what he could possibly have done in his life to deserve her. There had been nothing about him that would augur well for his ever having a woman as good as Teresa. She was the one thing in his life he had not earned by sheer force of will, by cutting down any opposition, eliminating any threat to his goal. With her, he had simply been helplessly in love. Why the good spirits chose to ignore the rest of his life and reward him with this plum, he couldn't begin to guess. But he would take it and hold on for dear life. Business intruded on his lustful wanderings as he stared into her adoring eyes. Claudine would require attention. She needed to be silenced, and before she could cause trouble, Dalton ticked off favors he might have to offer her in return for seeing the sense in silence. No one, not even Lady Chanbour, gave much thought to the minister's dalliances, but an accusation of rape by a woman of standing would be troublesome. There were directors who adhered to ideals of rectitude. The directors of the Office of Cultural Amity held sway over who would be sovereign. Some wanted the next sovereign to be a man of moral character. They could deny an initiate the seat. After Bertrand Chanbour was named sovereign, it would not matter what they thought, but it certainly mattered before. Claudine would have to be silenced. "Dalton, where are you going?" He turned back from the door. "I just have to write a message and then send it on its way. I won't be long." Chapter 18. Nora stirred with a groan, thinking it must be light already. Her thoughts fumbled woodenly in the numb blur between asleep and awake. She wanted nothing so much as to sleep on. The straw beneath her was bunched just right. It always bunched just right in perfect, comfortable, cuddling lumps, right as it was time to be up and out of bed. She expected her husband to slap her rump any moment. Julian always woke just before first light. The chores had to be done. Maybe if she lay still, he would leave her be for just a few moments longer, let her sleep for a few dreamy minutes more. She hated him at that moment, for always waking just before first light and slapping her rump and telling her to get up and to the day's work. The man had to whistle first thing, too, when her head was still a daze in the morning, rickety with sleep still trying to get out of her head. She flopped over on her back, lifting her eyebrows in an effort to wake by forcing her eyes open. Julian wasn't there beside her. A feeling skittered up her insides, bringing her wide awake in an ice-cold instant. She sat up in bed. For some reason, something about him not being there gave her a feeling of queasy dismay. Was it morning? Just about to be light? Was it still somewhere in the night? Her mind snatched wildly to get her bearings. She leaned over, seeing the glow from the embers she'd banked in the hearth before she went to bed. A few on the top still glowed, hardly diminished at all from the way she'd left them. In that weak light, she saw Bruce peering at her from his pallet. "Mama, what's wrong?" his oldest sister Bethany asked. "What are you two doing awake?" "Mama, we just gone to bed," Bruce whined. She realized it was true. She was so tired, so dead tired from pulling rocks from the spring field all day, that she'd been asleep before she closed her eyes. They'd come home when it got too dark to work anymore, ate down their porridge, and got right to bed. She could still taste the squirrel meat from the porridge, and she was still burping new radishes. Bruce was right. They'd only just gone to bed. Trepidation trembled through her. "Where's your pa?" Bethany lifted a hand to point. "Went to the privy, I guess. Mama, what's wrong?" "Mama," Bruce puled. "Hush now. It be nothing. Lay back down, the both of you." Both children stared at her, wide-eyed. She couldn't stick a pin in the alarm she felt. The children saw it in her face. She knew they did. But she couldn't hide it, no matter how she tried. She didn't know what was wrong, what the trouble was, but she felt it sure, crawling on her skin. Evil. Evil was in the air, like smoke from a woods fire, wrinkling her nose, sucking her breath. Evil. Somewhere out in the night, evil lurking about. She glanced again to the empty bed beside her. Gone to the privy. Julian was in the privy house. Had to be. Nora recalled him going to the privy house just after they ate, before they went to their bed. That didn't mean he couldn't go again, but he never did say he was having no problem. Consternation clawed at her insides like the fear of the keeper himself. "Dear Creator, preserve us," she whispered in prayer. "Preserve us, this house of humble people. Send evil away. Please, dear spirits, watch over us and keep us safe." She opened her eyes from the prayer. The children were still staring at her. Bethany must feel it, too. She never let nothing go without asking why. Nora called her the why child in jest. Bruce just trembled. Nora threw the wool blanket aside. It scared the chickens in the corner, making them flap with a start and let out a surprised squawk. "You children go back to sleep." They lay back down, but they watched as she squirmed a shift down over her nightdress. Shaking without knowing why, she knelt on the bricks before the hearth and stacked birch logs on the embers. It wasn't that cold. She'd thought to let the embers do for the night, but she felt the sudden need for the comfort of a fire, the assurance of its light. From beside the hearth she retrieved their only oil lamp. With a curl of flaming birch bark, she quickly lit the lamp wick and then replaced the chimney. The children were still watching. Nora bent and kissed little Bruce on the cheek. She smoothed back Bethany's hair and kissed her daughter's forehead. It tasted like the dirt she'd been in all day trying to help carry rocks from the field before they plowed and planted it. She could only carry little ones, but it was a help. "Back to sleep, my babies," she said in a soothing voice. Pa just went to the privy. I'm only taking him a light to see his way back. You know how your pa stubs his toes in the night and then curses us for it? Back to sleep, the both of you. Everything is all right. Just taking your pa a lamp." Nora stuck her bare feet into her cold, wet, muddy boots, which had been set by the door. She didn't want to stub her toes and then have to work with a lame foot. She fussed with a shawl, settling it around her shoulders, fixing it good and right before she tied it. She feared to open the door. She was in near tears with not wanting to open that door to the night. Evil was out there. She knew it. She felt it. "Burn you, Julian," she muttered under her breath. "Burn you crisp for making me go outside tonight." She wondered if she found Julian sitting in the privy, if he'd curse her foolish woman ways. He cursed her ways sometimes. Said she worried over nothing for no good end. Said nothing ever came of her worrying, so why'd she do it? She didn't do it to get herself cursed at by him. That sure was the truth of it. As she lifted the latch, she told herself how she wanted very much for him to be out in the privy and to curse her tonight, and then to put his arm around her shoulders and tell her to hush her tears and come back to bed with him. She shushed the chickens when they complained at her as she opened the door. There was no moon. The overcast sky was as black as the keeper's shadow. Nora shuffled quickly along the packed dirt path to the privy house. With a shaking hand, she rapped on the door. "Julian? Julian, you in there? Please, Julian, if you're in there, say so." "Julian, I'm begging you, don't trick with me, not tonight." Silence throbbed in her ears. There were no bugs making noise, no crickets, no frogs, no birds. It was just plain dead quiet, like the ground and the lamp's little glow around her was all there was to the world, and beyond that there was nothing. Like if she left the lamp and stepped out there into the darkness, she might fall through that black beyond till she was an old lady, and then still fall some more. She knew that was foolish, but right then the idea seemed very real and scared her something fierce. The privy door squeaked when she pulled it open. She hadn't even been hoping as she done it, because she knew Julian wasn't in there. Before she got out of the bed, she knew he wasn't in the privy house. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. And she was right. She was sometimes right about such feelings. Julian said she was daft to think she had some mind power to know things like the old woman what lived back in the hills and came down when she knew something and thought she ought to tell folks of it. But sometimes Nora did know things. She'd known Julian wasn't in the privy. Worse, she knew where he was. She didn't know how she knew, no more than she knew how she knew he wasn't in the privy. But she knew, and the knowing had her shaking something fierce. She only looked in the privy because she hoped she was wrong, and because she didn't want to look where she knew he was. But now she had to go look. Nora held the lamp out, trying to see down the path. She couldn't see far. She turned as she tramped along, looking back at the house. She could make out the window because the fire was going good. The birch logs had caught, and the fire was throwing off good light. The feeling of terrible wickedness felt like it was grinning at her from the black night between her and the house. Clutching her shawl tight, Nora held the lamp out to the path again. She didn't like leaving the children, not when she had her feelings. Something, though, was pulling her onward down the path. "Please, dear spirits, let me be a foolish woman with foolish woman ways. Please, dear spirits, let Julian be safe. We all needs him. Dear spirits, we needs him." She was sobbing as she made her way down the hill, sobbing because she feared so much to find out. Her hand holding the lamp shook, making the flame jitter. At last she heard the sound of the creek, and was glad for it, because then the night wasn't so dead quiet and frightfully empty. With the sound of water she felt better, because there was something out there, something familiar. She began to feel foolish for thinking there was no world beyond the lamplight, like she was on the brink of the underworld. She was just as likely wrong about the rest of it, too. Julian would roll his eyes in that way of his when she told him she was afraid because she thought the world was empty beyond the light. She tried to whistle, like her Julian whistled, so as to make herself feel better, but her lips were as dry as stale toast. She wished she could whistle so Julian could hear her, but no good whistling sound would come out. She could just call out to him, but she feared to do it, feared to get no answer. She'd rather just come on him and find him there, and then get cursed for her foolish crying over nothing. A gentle breeze lapped the water against the edge of the lake, so she could hear it before she could see it. She hoped to see Julian sitting there on his stump, tending a line, waiting to catch them a carp. She hoped to see him look up and curse her for scaring his fish. The stump was empty. The line was slack. Nora, her whole arm trembling, held up the lamp to see what she came to see. Tears stung at her eyes, so she had to blink to see better. She had to sniffle to get her breath. She held the lamp higher as she walked out into the water till it poured over the tops of her boots. She took another step till the water soaked the bottom of her nightdress and shift and dragged the dead weight back and forth with the movement of her steps and the waves. When the water was up to her knees, she saw him. He was floating there, face down in the water, his arms limp out to his sides, his legs parted slightly. The little breeze-borne waves slopped over the back of his head, making his hair move as if it were some of the lake weed. He bobbed gently there in the water, like a dead fish floating on the surface. Nora had feared to find him there like that. It was just what she feared, and because she feared it so, she wasn't even shocked when she saw it. She stood there, water to her knees, Julian floating like a dead, bloated carp 20 feet out on the lake. The water was too deep to wade out to get him. Out where he was, it would be over her head. She didn't know what to do. Julian always did the stuff she couldn't do. How was she going to get her husband into shore? How was she going to live? How was she going to feed herself and her children without Julian? Julian did the hard stuff. He knew the things she didn't know. He provided for them. She felt numb, dead, stunned, like she did when she'd just come awake. It didn't seem possible. Julian couldn't be dead. He was Julian. He couldn't die. Not Julian. A sound made her spin around, a thump to the air, a howl like wind on a blizzard night. A wail and a whoosh lifted into the night air. From their house up on the hill, Nora could see sparks shooting up out the chimney. Sparks flew up in wild swirls, spiraling high up into the darkness. Thunderstruck, Nora stood in frozen terror. A scream ripped the quiet night. The awful sound rose like the sparks, screeching into the night air with horror such as she had never heard. It was such a brutal cry, she didn't think it could be human. But she knew it was. She knew it was Bruce's scream. With a wail of wild terror of her own, she suddenly dropped the lamp in the water and ran for the house. Her screams answered his, feeding on his, shattering the silence with his. Her babies were in the house. Evil was in the house, and she had left them to it. She wailed in feral fright at what she had done, leaving her babies alone. She screamed to the good spirits to help her. She squalled for her children. She choked on her sobbing panic as she stumbled through the brush in the dark. Huckleberry bushes snagged and tore her clothes. Branches slashed her arms as she ran with wild abandon. A hole in the ground caught and twisted her foot, but she stayed up and kept running toward her house, toward her babies. Bruce's piercing scream went on without end, lifting the hair at the back of her neck. She didn't hear Bethany, just Bruce, little Bruce screaming his lungs out like he was having his eyes stabbed out. Nora stumbled. Her face slammed to the ground. She scrambled to her feet. Blood gushed from her nose. Stunning pain staggered her. She gagged on blood and dirt as she gasped for breath, crying, screaming, praying, panting, choking, all at the same time. With desperate effort, Nora raced to the house, to the screams. She crashed through the door. Chickens flew out around her. Bruce had his back plastered to the wall beside the door. He was in the grip of savage terror, out of his mind, shrieking like the keeper had him by the toes. Bruce saw her and made to throw his arm around her, but flung himself back against the wall when he saw her bloody face, saw strings of blood dripping from her chin. She seized his shoulder. "It's Mama. I just fell and hit my nose, that's all." He threw himself at her, his arms clutching her hips, his fingers snatching at her clothes. Nora twisted around, but even with the bright firelight, she didn't see her daughter. "Bruce, where's Bethany?" His arm lifted, shaking so much she feared it would come undone. She wheeled to see where he pointed. Nora screeched. She threw her hands up to cover her face, but couldn't, her fingers quaking violently before her mouth as she screamed with Bruce. Bethany was standing in the hearth, engulfed in flames. The fire roared around her, swirling in tumbling eddies as it consumed her little body. Her arms were lifted out into the angry white heat, the way you lifted your arms into the warm spring afternoon sunlight after a swim. The stink of bubbling, burning flesh suddenly wormed into Nora's bleeding nose, gagging her until she choked on the smell and taste and couldn't get another breath. She couldn't seem to look away from Bethany, look away from her daughter being burned up alive. It didn't seem real. She couldn't make her mind understand it. Nora lunged a step toward the flames to snatch her daughter out of the fire. Something inside, some last scrap of sense, told her it was far too late. Told her to get away with Bruce before it had them too. The tips of Bethany's fingers were all gone. Her face was nothing but yellow-orange whorls of flame. The fire burned with wild, roused, determined fury. The heat sucked Nora's breath from her lungs. A shrill scream suddenly rose from the girl, as if her soul itself had finally caught fire. It made the very marrow in Nora's bones ache. Bethany collapsed in a heap. Flames shot up around the crumbled form, tumbling out around the stone, licking briefly up over the mantel. Sparks splashed out into the room, bouncing and rolling across the floor. Several hissed out against the wet hem of Nora's dress. Nora snatched at Bruce, clutching his nightshirt in a death grip, and ran with him from the house as evil consumed what was left of her daughter. Chapter 19. Fitch folded his legs as he sat on the grass. The cool brick felt good against his sweaty back. He took a deep breath of the sweet-smelling night, the aromas of roasting meat wafting out through open windows, and the clean smell of the applewood pile. Since they would be working late cleaning up the mess after the feast, they'd been given a welcome respite. Morley handed him the bottle. It would be late before they could get good and drunk, but at least they could have a sample. Fitch took a big swig. Instantly, he coughed violently before he could get it down, losing most of the mouthful of liquor. Morley laughed. "Told you it was strong." Fitch wiped the back of his sleeve across his dripping chin. "You're right about that. Where'd you get it? This is good stuff." Fitch had never had anything so strong that it burned that much going down. From what he'd heard, if it burned, that meant it was good stuff. He'd been told that if he ever had a chance, he'd be a fool to turn down good stuff. He coughed again. The back of his nose, back in his throat, burned something awful. Morley leaned closer. "Someone important ordered it sent back. Said it was swill. They were trying to be pompous in front of everyone. Pete, the cupbearer, he ran it back and set it down. When he grabbed another and ran out, I snatched it up and slipped it under my tunic before anyone noticed." Fitch was used to drinking the wine they'd managed to scavenge. He'd drain almost empty small casks and bottles, collecting the dregs and what was left behind. He'd never gotten his hands on any of the scarce liquor before. Morley pushed at the bottom of the bottle, tipping it to Fitch's lips. Fitch took a more cautious pull and got it down without spitting it back out. His stomach felt like a boiling cauldron. Morley nodded approvingly. Fitch smiled with smug pride. Through distant open windows, he could hear people talking and laughing in the gathering hall, waiting for the feast to begin. Fitch could already feel the effects of the liquor. Later, after they cleaned up, they could finish getting drunk. Fitch rubbed the goose flesh on his arms. The music drifting out from the windows put him in a mood. Music always did that. Made him feel like he could rise up and do something. He didn't know what, but something. Something powerful. When Morley held out his hand, Fitch handed over the bottle. He watched the knob in Morley's throat move up and down with every swallow. The music built with emotion, quickened with excitement. On top of the effects of the drink, it gave him chills. Off past Morley, Fitch saw someone tall coming down the path toward them. The person was walking deliberately, not just out for a stroll, but going someplace. In the yellow lamplight coming from all the windows, Fitch saw the glint off the silver scabbard. He saw the noble features and bearing. It was Dalton Campbell. He was coming right for them. Fitch elbowed his friend and then stood. He steadied himself on his feet before straightening his tunic. The front of it was wet with liquor he'd coughed out. He quickly swiped back his hair. With the side of his foot he kicked Morley and signaled with a thumb for him to get up. Dalton Campbell walked around the woodpile, headed straight toward them. The tall Ander seemed to know right where he was going. Fitch and Morley, when it was just the two of them, lifting drink and sneaking off, never told anyone where they went. "Fitch! Morley!" Dalton Campbell called out as he approached. "Good evening, Master Campbell," Fitch said, lifting a hand in greeting. Fitch guessed, what with the light from the windows, it wasn't really that hard to see. He could see Morley good enough, see him holding the bottle behind his back. It must be that the minister's aide saw them from a window as they were going out to the woodpile. "Good evening, Master Campbell," Morley said. Dalton Campbell looked them over like he was inspecting soldiers. He held out his hand. "May I?" Morley winced as he pulled the bottle from behind his back and handed it over. That is..." Dalton Campbell took a good swig. "Ah," he said as he handed the bottle back to Morley. "You two are fortunate to have such a good and full bottle of liquor." He clasped his hand behind his back. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Both Fitch and Morley, stunned at Dalton Campbell taking a swig of their bottle, and more so that he handed it back, both shook their heads vigorously. "No, sir, Master Campbell," Morley said. "Good, then," Campbell said. "I was looking for the two of you. I have a bit of trouble." Fitch leaned a little closer, lowering his voice. "Trouble, Master Campbell? Is there anything we can do to help?" Campbell watched Fitch's eyes and then Morley's. "Well, yes, as a matter of fact. That's why I was looking for you. You see, I thought you two might like a chance to prove yourselves, to begin showing me you have the potential I hope you have. I could take care of it myself, but I thought you two might like to have a chance to do something worthwhile." Fitch felt like the good spirits themselves had just asked if he'd like a chance to do good. Morley set the bottle down and straightened his shoulders like a soldier going to attention. "Yes, sir, Master Campbell. I surely would like a chance." Fitch straightened himself up. "Me too, Master Campbell. You just name it, and we'd both like a chance to prove to you we're men ready to take responsibility." "Good. Very good," he said as he studied them. He let the silence go on a bit before he spoke again. "This is important. This is very important. I thought about taking it to someone else, someone more experienced, but I decided to give you two a chance to show me you can be trusted." "Anything, Master Campbell," Fitch said, and he meant it. "You just name it." Fitch trembled with the excitement of having the chance to prove himself to Dalton Campbell. The music seemed to pump him full of need to do something important. "The Sovereign is not well," Campbell said. "That's terrible," Morley said. "We're sorry," Fitch added. "Yes, it's a shame, but he is old. Minister Chanbur is still young and vigorous. He's undoubtedly going to be named sovereign, and it isn't likely to be long. Most of the directors are here to discuss business with us, seat of the sovereign business, making inquiries, as it were, while they have the leisure to do so. They want to determine certain facts about the minister. They are looking into his character to see what kind of man he is, to see if he's a man they could support when the time comes." Fitch snatched a quick glance and saw Morley's wide eyes fixed on Dalton Campbell. Fitch could hardly believe he was hearing such important news from a man as important as this. They were just Hakens, after all. This was the minister's aide, an Ander, an important Ander, telling them about matters of the highest substance. "Thank the Creator," Fitch whispered. "Our minister is finally getting the recognition he deserves." "Yes," Campbell drawled in an odd way. "Well, the thing is, there are people who would like to prevent the minister from being named sovereign. These people mean to harm the minister." "Harm him?" Morley asked, clearly astonished. "That's right. You both recall learning how the sovereign is to be protected, that anything done to protect our sovereign is a virtue? Yes, sir, Morley said. Yes, sir, Fitch echoed. And since the minister is to be sovereign, then he should be protected just the same. Very good, Fitch. Fitch beamed with pride. He wished the drink didn't make it so hard to focus his eyes. Master Campbell, Morley said, we'd like to help. We'd like to prove ourselves to you. We're ready. Yes, sir, we surely are, Fitch added. I shall give you both your chance, then. If you can do right, and keep silent about it no matter what, and that means to your graves, I will be pleased my faith in you was well placed. To our graves, Fitch said. Yes, sir, we can do that. Fitch heard an odd metallic sound. He realized with horror that there was a sword point under his chin. But if either of you fails to live up to my faith, I would be very disappointed, because the minister would then be in danger. Do you understand? I won't have people I trust let me down, let the future sovereign down. Do you both understand? Yes, sir, Fitch nearly shouted. The sword point flashed to Morley's throat, poised before the prominent bump in his gullet. Yes, sir, he said. Did either of you tell anyone where you would be tonight, having your drink? No, sir, Morley and Fitch said as one. Yet I knew where to find you. The tall Ander lifted an eyebrow. You just remember that. If you ever think to get it in your head that you could hide from me, if you ever cause me trouble, I will find you, no matter where you go to ground. Master Campbell, Fitch said after he swallowed, you just tell us what it is we can do to help, and we'll do it. We can be trusted. We'll not let you down, I swear. Morley was nodding. That's right. Fitch is right. Dalton Campbell slid his sword back into its scabbard and smiled. I'm already proud of you both. You two are going to advance around here. I just know you will prove my faith in you. Yes, sir, Fitch said. You can count on us both. Dalton Campbell put one hand on Fitch's shoulder and the other on Morley's. All right, then. You listen close now. Here she comes, Morley whispered in Fitch's ear. Fitch nodded after looking where his friend pointed. Morley moved off to the black maw of the open service doors, while Fitch squatted down behind some barrels stacked to the side of the loading dock. Fitch recalled earlier in the day seeing Brownie standing with the butcher's cart across the way. Fitch wiped the palms of his hands on his trousers. It had been a day of important events. They'd talked about it on the way over, and Morley felt the same way. As much as the idea of it had Fitch's heart hammering against his ribs, there was no way he was going to let Dalton Campbell's faith in him be spoiled. Morley thought the same. The music coming from the open windows across the lawn, strings and horns and a harp, was filling his head with purpose, swelling his chest with pride to be chosen by Dalton Campbell. The minister, the future sovereign, had to be protected. Quietly, with light steps, she climbed the 4 steps up onto the dock. In the dim light, she looked around at the deep shadows, stretching her neck to peer about. Fitch swallowed at how good-looking she was. She was older, but she was a looker. He'd never looked so long and hard at an Ander lady as he did at her. Morley made his voice come out deep in order to sound older. Claudine Winthrop? She wheeled expectantly toward Fitch's friend, standing in the dark doorway. I'm Claudine Winthrop, she whispered. You received my message, then? Yes, Morley said. Thank the Creator. Director Linscott, it's important I speak with you about Minister Chanbor. He pretends to uphold Andereth culture, but he is the worst example we could have in his post or any other. Before you consider his name for a future sovereign, you must hear of his corruption. The pig forced himself on me, raped me. But that is only the beginning of it. It gets worse. For the sake of our people, you must hear my words. Fitch watched as she stood with the soft yellow light from the windows falling across her pretty face. Dalton Campbell hadn't said she was going to be so pretty. She was older, of course, and so not someone he ordinarily thought of as pretty. It surprised him to realize he was thinking of someone so old, she looked almost 30, as attractive. He took a slow, silent breath, trying to tighten his resolve, but he couldn't help staring at what she wore, or more accurately, at where she wasn't wearing anything. Fitch recalled the two women in the stairwell talking about such dresses as the one Claudine Winthrop wore now. Fitch had never seen so much of a woman's breasts. The way they heaved as she wrung her hands had his eyes popping. "Won't you come out?" she asked in a whisper toward the darkness where Morley waited. "Please? I'm frightened." Fitch suddenly realized he was supposed to be doing his part. He sneaked out from behind the barrels, taking careful steps so she wouldn't hear him coming. His stomach felt like it was in a knot. He had to wipe the sweat out of his eyes in order to see. He tried to breathe calmly, but his heart seemed to have a mind of its own. He had to do this. But, dear spirits, he was more than afraid. "Director Linscott?" she whispered toward Morley. Fitch snatched her elbows and wrenched her arms behind her back. She gasped. He was surprised at how easy it was for him to keep her arms pinned behind her as she struggled with all her might. She was confused and startled. Morley shot out from the dark once he saw that Fitch had her. Before she could get much of a scream out, Morley slugged her in the gut as hard as he could. The powerful blow nearly knocked both her and Fitch from their feet. Claudine Winthrop doubled over, vomit spewing all over the dock. Fitch let go of her arms. She crossed them over her middle as she went to her knees, heaving violently. Both he and Morley stepped back as it splashed the dock and her dress, but they weren't about to get more than an arm's length away from her. After a few long convulsions, she straightened, seeming to have finished, and tried to get to her feet as she struggled and gasped for breath. Morley lifted her and spun her around. With his powerful grip, he locked her arms behind her back. Fitch knew this was his chance to prove himself. This was his chance to protect the minister. This was his chance to make Dalton Campbell proud. Fitch punched her in the stomach as hard as he dared. He'd never punched anyone before, except his friends, and that was only in fun. Never like this, not for real, not deliberately to hurt someone. Her middle was small and soft. He could see how much his fist had hurt her. It made him feel sick. It made him feel like throwing up, too. This was the violent way his Haken ancestors behaved. This was what was so terrible about them, about him. Her eyes were wide with terror as she tried over and over to suck in a breath, but couldn't seem to. She fought desperately to get her wind as her eyes fixed on him, like a hog watching the butcher. Like her and their ancestors used to watch his. "We're here to give you a message," Fitch said. They'd agreed Fitch would do the talking. Morley didn't remember so well what they were to tell Claudine Winthrop. Fitch had always been better at remembering. She finally got her breath back. Fitch hunched forward and landed 3 blows, quick, hard, angry. "Are you listening?" he growled. "You little Haken bastard!" Fitch let go with all his strength. The wallop hurt his fist. It staggered even Morley back a step. She hung forward in Morley's grip as she vomited in dry heaves. Fitch had wanted to hit her face, punch her in the mouth, but Dalton Campbell had given them clear instructions to only hit her where it wouldn't show. "I'd not call him that again, were I you." Morley grabbed a fistful of her hair and savagely yanked her up straight. Arching her up so forcefully made her breasts pop out the top of her dress. Fitch froze. He wondered if he should pull the front of her dress back up for her. His jaw hung as he stared at her. Morley leaned over her shoulder for a look. He grinned at Fitch. She glanced down to see herself spilled out of her dress. Seeing it, she put her head back and closed her eyes in resignation. "Please," she said, panting for breath toward the sky. "Don't hurt me any more." "Are you ready to listen?" She nodded. "Yes, sir." That surprised Fitch even more than seeing her naked breasts. No one in his whole life had ever called him sir. Those 2 meek words felt so strange to his ears that he just stood there staring at her. For a moment, he wondered if she was mocking him. As she looked him in the eye, her expression told him she wasn't. The music was filling him with such feelings as he'd never had before. He'd never been important before, never been called sir before. That morning he'd been called Fetch. Now an Ander woman called him sir. All thanks to Dalton Campbell. Fitch punched her in the gut again, just because he felt like it. "Please, sir," she cried. "Please, no more. Tell me what you want. I'll do it. If you wish to have me, I'll submit. Just don't hurt me any more. Please, sir." Although Fitch's stomach still felt heavy with queasy disgust at what he was doing, he also felt more important than he'd ever felt before. Her, an Ander woman with her breasts exposed to him like that, and her calling him sir. "Now, you listen to me, you filthy little bitch." His own words surprised him as much as they surprised her. Fitch hadn't planned them. They just came out. He liked the sound of it, though. "Yes, sir," she wept. "I will. I'll listen, whatever you say." She looked so pitiful, so helpless. Not an hour ago, if an Ander woman, even this Claudine Winthrop, would have told him to get down on his knees and clean the floor with his tongue, he'd have done it, and been trembling at the same time. He'd never imagined how easy this would be. A few punches, and she was begging to do as he said. He never imagined how easy it would be to be important, to have people do as he said. Fitch remembered what it was Dalton Campbell told him to say. "You were strutting yourself before the minister, weren't you? You were offering yourself to him, weren't you?" He'd made it clear it wasn't really a question. "Yes, sir." "If you ever again think of telling anyone the minister raped you, you'll be sorry. Saying such a lie is treason. Got that? Treason. The penalty for treason is death. When they find your body, no one will even be able to recognize you. Do you understand, bitch? They'll find your tongue nailed to a tree. It's a lie that the minister raped you, a filthy, treasonous lie. You ever say such a thing again, and you'll be made to suffer before you die." "Yes, sir," she sobbed. "I'll never lie again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never lie again, I swear." "You are putting it out there for the minister, offering yourself. But the minister is a better man than to have an affair with you, or anyone. He turned you down. He refused you." "Yes, sir." "Nothing improper happened. Got that? The minister never did nothing improper with you or anyone." "Yes, sir," she whined in a long sob, her head hanging. Fitch pulled her handkerchief from her sleeve. He dabbed it at her eyes. He could tell in the dim light that her face paint, what with the throwing up and crying, was a shambles. "Stop crying now. You're making a mess of your face. You better go back to your room and fix yourself up before you go back to the feast." She sniffled, trying to stop the tears. "I can't go back to the feast now. My dress is spoiled. I can't go back." "You can and you will. Fix your face and put on another dress. You're going to go back. There will be someone watching to see if you go back, to see if you got the message. If you ever slip again, you'll be swallowing the steel of his sword." Her eyes widened with fright. "Who? That's not important. It don't matter none to you. The only thing that matters is that you got the message and understand what will happen if you ever again tell your filthy lies." She nodded. "I understand." "Sir," Fitch said. Her brow twitched. "I understand, sir." She pressed back against Morley. "I understand, sir. Yes, sir, I truly understand." "Good," Fitch said. She glanced down at herself. Her lower lip trembled. Tears ran down her cheeks. "Please, sir, may I fix my dress?" "When I'm done talking." "Yes, sir." "You've been out for a walk. You didn't talk to no one, do you understand? No one. From now on, you just keep your mouth shut about the minister, or when you open it the next time you'll find a sword going down your throat. Got all that?" "Yes, sir." "All right, then," Fitch gestured. "Go ahead and pull up your dress." Morley leered over her shoulder as she stuffed herself back in the dress. Fitch didn't think covering herself with the dress, as low as it was, showed much less, but he surely enjoyed standing there watching her do it. He never thought he'd see such a thing, especially an Ander woman doing such a thing. The way she straightened with a gasp, Morley must have done something behind her, up under her dress. Fitch surely wanted to do something too, but remembered Dalton Campbell. Fitch grabbed Claudine Winthrop's arm and pulled her ahead a couple of steps. "You be on your way now." She snatched a quick glance at Morley, then looked back at Fitch.
"Yes, sir. Thank you."
She dipped a hasty curtsy.
"Thank you, sir."
Without further word, she clutched her skirts in her fists, rushed down the steps, and ran across the lawn into the night.
"Why'd you send her off?"
Morley asked. He put a hand on his hip.
"We could have had a time with her. She'd have had to do anything we wanted. And after a look at what she had, I wanted."
Fitch leaned toward his disgruntled friend.
"Because Master Campbell never told us we could do anything like that, that's why. We was helping Master Campbell, that's all. No more."
Morley made a sour face.
"I guess."
He looked off toward the woodpile.
"We still got a lot of drinking to do."
Fitch thought about the look of fear on Claudine Winthrop's face. He thought about her crying and sobbing. He knew Haken women cried, of course, but Fitch had never before even imagined an Ander woman crying. He didn't know why not, but he never had. The minister was Ander, so Fitch guessed he couldn't really do wrong. She must have asked for it with her low-cut dress and the way she acted toward him. Fitch had seen the way a lot of women acted toward him, like they would rejoice if he had them. He remembered Beata sitting on the floor, crying. He thought about the look of misery on Beata's face up there when the minister threw her out after he'd finished with her. Fitch thought about the way she'd clouted him. It was all too much for him to figure out. Fitch wanted nothing more right then than to drink himself into a stupor.
"You're right. Let's go have ourselves a drink. We've a lot to celebrate. Tonight, we became important men."
With an arm over each other's shoulders, they headed for their bottle. Chapter 20.
"Well, isn't that something?"
Teresa whispered. Dalton followed her gaze to see Claudine Winthrop haltingly work her way across the room of milling people. She was wearing a dress he had seen before when he worked in the city, an older dress of modest design. It was not the dress she had worn earlier in the evening. He suspected that beneath the mask of rosy powder her face was ashen. Mistrust would now color her vision. People from the city of Fairfield, their eyes filled with wonder, gazed at their surroundings, trying to drink it all in so they might tell their friends every detail of their grand evening at the Minister of Culture's estate. It was a high honor to be invited to the estate, and they wished to overlook no detail. Details were important when vaunting oneself. Patches of intricate marquetry flooring showed between each of the richly colored rare carpets placed at even intervals the length of the room. There was no missing the luxuriously thick feel underfoot. Dalton guessed that thousands of yards of the finest material had to have gone into the draperies swagged before the file of tall windows on each side of the room, all constructed with complex ornamental tracery to hold colored glass. Here and there a woman would, between thumb and finger, test the cloth's high-count weave. The edges of the azure and golden wheat-colored fabric were embellished with multicolored tassels as big as his fist. Men marveled at the fluted stone columns rising to hold the massive cut-stone corbel along the length of the side walls at the base of the gathering hall's barrel ceiling. A panoply of curved mahogany frames and panels, looking like the ends of elaborately cut voussoirs, overspread the arched barrel ceiling. Dalton lifted his pewter cup to his lips and took a sip of the finest Narif Valley wine as he watched. At night, with all the candles and lamps lit, the place had a glow about it. It had taken discipline when he first arrived, not to gape as did these people come out from the city. He watched Claudine Winthrop move among the well-dressed guests, clasping a hand here, touching an elbow there, greeting people, smiling woodenly, answering questions with words Dalton couldn't hear. As distressed as he knew she had to be, she had the resourcefulness to conduct herself with propriety. The wife of a wealthy businessman, who had been elected burgess by merchants and grain dealers to represent them, she was not an unimportant member of the household in her own right. When at first people saw that her husband was old enough to be her grandfather, they usually expected she was no more than his entertainment. They were wrong. Her husband, Edwin Winthrop, had started out as a farmer raising sorgo, sweet sorghum grown widely in southern Anderith. Every penny he earned through the sale of the sorghum molasses he pressed was spent frugally and wisely. He went without, putting in abeyance everything from proper shelter and clothes to the simple comforts of life to a wife and family. What money he saved eventually purchased livestock he foraged on sorghum left from pressing his molasses. Sale of fattened livestock bought more feeder stock and equipment for stills, so he could produce rum himself rather than sell his molasses to distilleries. Profits from the rum he distilled from his molasses earned him enough to rent more farmland and purchase cattle, equipment, and buildings for producing more rum, and eventually warehouses and wagons for transporting the goods he produced. Rum distilled by the Winthrop farms was sold from Renwald to Nicobarese, from just down the road in Fairfield all the way to Adendrill. By doing everything himself, or more accurately, having his own hired workers do everything, from growing sorgo to pressing it, to distilling it, to delivering the rum, to raising cattle on the fodder of his leftover stocks of pressed sorghum, to slaughtering the cattle and delivering the carcasses to butchers, Edwin Winthrop kept his costs low and made for himself a fortune. Edwin Winthrop was a frugal man, honest and well-liked. Only after he was successful had he taken a wife. Claudine, the well-educated daughter of a grain dealer, had been in her mid-teens when she wed Edwin over a decade before. Talented at overseeing her husband's accounts and records, Claudine watched every penny as carefully as would her husband. She was his valuable right hand, much as Dalton served the minister. With her help, his personal empire had doubled. Even in marriage, Edwin had chosen carefully and wisely. A man who never seemed to seek personal pleasure perhaps had at last allowed himself this much. Claudine was as attractive as she was diligent. After Edwin's fellow merchants had elected him Burgess, Claudine became useful to him in legal matters, helping behind the scenes to write the trade laws he proposed. Dalton suspected she had a great deal to do with proposing them to her husband in the first place. When he was not available, Claudine discreetly argued those proposed laws on his behalf. No one in the household thought of her as entertainment, except perhaps Bertrand Chanbour, but then he viewed all women in that light, the attractive ones anyway. Dalton had in the past seen Claudine blushing, batting her eyelashes, and flashing Bertrand Chanbour her shy smile. The minister believed demure women coquettish. Perhaps she innocently flirted with an important man, or perhaps she had wanted attention her husband couldn't provide. She hadn't, after all, any children. Perhaps she had cunningly thought to gain some favor from the minister, and afterward discovered it wasn't to be forthcoming. Claudine Winthrop was nobody's fool. She was intelligent and resourceful. How it had started, Dalton was not sure. Bertrand Chanbour denied touching her as he denied everything out of hand, had become irrelevant. With her seeking secret meetings with Director Linscott, matters had moved past polite negotiation of favors. Brute force was the only safe way to control her now. Dalton gestured with his cup of wine toward Claudine. "Looks like you were wrong, Tess. Not everyone is going along with the fashion of wearing suggestive dresses. Or maybe Claudine is modest."
No, it must be something else. Teresa looked truly puzzled. Sweetheart, I don't think she was wearing that dress earlier. But why would she now be wearing something different? And an old dress it is.
Dalton shrugged. "Let's go find out, shall we? You do the asking. I don't think it would be right coming from me." Teresa looked askance at him. She knew him well enough to know by his subtle reply that a scheme was afoot. She also knew enough to take his lead and play the part he had just assigned her. She smiled and hooked a hand over his offered arm. Claudine was not the only intelligent and resourceful woman in the household. Claudine flinched when Teresa touched the back of her shoulder. She twitched a smile as she glanced up briefly.
Good evening, Teresa.
She dropped a half curtsy to Dalton.
Mr. Campbell?
Teresa, concern creasing her brow, leaned toward the woman.
Claudine, what's wrong? You don't look well. And your dress, why, I don't recall you coming in wearing this.
Claudine pulled at a lock of hair over her ear.
I'm fine. I was just nervous about all the guests, Sometimes crowds get my stomach worked up. I went for a walk to get some air. In the dark, I guess I put my foot in a hole or something. I fell.
Dear spirits, would you like to sit? Dalton asked as he took the woman's elbow as if to hold her up. Here, let me help you to a chair. She dug in her heels.
No, I'm fine, but thank you. I soiled my dress and had to go change, that's all. That's why it's not the same one. But I'm fine.
She glanced at his sword as he pulled back. He had seen her looking at a lot of swords since she returned to the gathering hall. You look as if something is...
No, she insisted. I hit my head. That's why I look so shaken. I'm fine, really. It simply shook my confidence.
I understand, Dalton said sympathetically. Things like that make one realize how short life can be. Make you realize how, he snapped his fingers, you could go at any time. Her lip trembled. She had to swallow before she could speak.
Yes, I see what you mean. But I feel much better now. My balance is back.
Is it now? I'm not so sure. Teresa pushed at him.
Dalton, can't you see the poor woman is shaken? She gave him another push. Go on and talk your business while I see to poor Claudine.
Dalton bowed and moved off to allow Teresa some privacy to find out what she would. He was pleased with the two Haken boys. It looked as if they had put the fear of the keeper into her. By the unsteady way she walked, they had obviously delivered the message in the way he had wanted it delivered. Violence always helped people understand instructions. He was gratified to know he had judged Fitch correctly. The way the boy stared at Dalton's sword, he knew. Claudine's eyes reflected fear when she looked at his sword. Fitch's eyes held lust. The boy had ambition. Morley was useful, too, but mostly as muscle. His head, too, was not much more than muscle. Fitch understood instructions better, and, as eager as he was, would be of more use. At that age, they had no clue how much they didn't know. Dalton shook hands with a man who rushed up to pay him a compliment about his new position. He presented a civil face, but didn't remember the man's name, or really hear the effusive praise. Dalton's attention was elsewhere. Director Linscott was just finishing speaking with a stocky man about taxes on the wheat stored in the man's warehouses. No trifling matter, considering the vast stores of grain Anderith held. Dalton politely, distantly, extracted himself from the nameless man and sidled closer to Linscott. When the director turned, Dalton smiled warmly at him and clasped his hand before he had a chance to withdraw it. He had a powerful grip. His hand still bore the calluses of his life's work.
I am so glad you could make it to the feast, Director Linscott. I pray you are enjoying the evening so far. We yet have much the minister would like to discuss.
Director Linscott, a tall, wiry fellow with a sun-rumpled face, invariably looking as if he were plagued by an everlasting toothache, didn't return the smile. The four oldest directors were guild masters. One was from the important cloth-making guild, one from the Associated Paper-Making Guild, another a master armorer, and Linscott. Linscott was a master mason. Most of the remaining directors were respected moneylenders or merchants, along with the solicitor and several barristers. Director Linscott's surcoat was an outdated cut, but finely kept nonetheless, and the warm brown went well with the man's thin gray hair. His sword, too, was old, but the leather scabbard's exquisite brass wear at the throat and tip was in gleaming condition. The silver emblem, the mason's dividers, stood out in bright silhouette against the dark leather. The sword's blade, undoubtedly, would be just as well maintained as everything else about the man. Linscott didn't deliberately try to intimidate people, it just seemed to come naturally to him, the way a surly disposition came naturally to a mother brown bear with cubs. Linscott considered the Anderith people, those working fields or hauling nets, or at employment in a trade through a guild hall, his cubs.
Yes, Linscott said. I hear rumors the minister has grand plans. I hear he has thoughts of disregarding the strong advice of the Mother Confessor and breaking with the Midlands.
Dalton spread his hands. I'm sure I don't speak out of turn when I tell you from my knowledge of the situation that Minister Chanbur intends to seek the best terms for our people. Nothing more, nothing less. You, for instance, what if we were to surrender to the new Lord Rahl and join the Daharan Empire?
This Lord Rall has decreed all lands must surrender their sovereignty, unlike our alliance with the Midlands. That would mean, I suppose, he would no longer have need for directors of cultural amity. Linscott's tanned face turned ruddy with heat.
This isn't about me, Campbell. It's about the freedom of the people of the Midlands, about their future, about not being swallowed up and having our land brutalized by a rampaging Imperial Order army bent on the conquest of the Midlands. The Anderith ambassador has relayed Lord Rall's word that while all lands must surrender to him and be brought under one rule and one command, each land will be allowed to retain its culture, so long as we do not break laws common to all. He has promised that if we accept his entreaty while the invitation is still open to all, we will be party to creating those common laws. The Mother Confessor has put her word to his.
Dalton respectfully bowed his head to the man. You misunderstand Minister Chanbor's position, I'm afraid. He will propose to the sovereign we go with the Mother Confessor's advice if he sincerely believes it to be in the best interest of our people. Our very culture is at stake, after all. He has no wish to choose sides prematurely. The Imperial Order may offer our best prospects for peace. The minister wants only peace. The director's dark scowl seemed to chill the air.
Slaves have peace.
Dalton affected an innocent, helpless look. I am no match for your quick wit, Director.
You seem ready to sell your own culture, Campbell, for the empty promises of an invading horde obsessed with conquest. Ask yourself, why else have they come uninvited? How can you so smoothly proclaim you are considering thrusting a knife into the heart of the Midlands? What kind of man are you, Campbell, after all they have done for us, to turn your back on the advice and urging of our Mother Confessor?
Director, I think you... Linscott shook his fist.
Our ancestors, who fought so futilely against the Haken horde, no doubt shiver in their eternal rest to hear you so smoothly consider bargaining away their sacrifice and our heritage.
Dalton paused, letting Linscott hear his own words fill the silence and echo between the two of them. It was for this harvest Dalton had sowed his seeds of words. I know you are sincere, Director, in your fierce love of our people, and in your unflinching desire to protect them. I'm sorry you find my wish for the same insincere. Dalton bowed politely. I pray you enjoy the rest of the evening. To graciously accept such an insult was the pinnacle of courtesy. But more than that, it revealed the one who would inflict such wounds as beneath the ancient ideals of Ander honor. Only Hakens were said to be so cruelly demeaning to Anders. With the utmost respect for the one who had insulted him, Dalton turned away as if he had been asked to leave, as if he had been driven off, as if he had been humiliated by a Haken overlord. The director called his name. Dalton paused and looked back over a shoulder. Page 149. Director Linscott screwed up his mouth as if loosening it to test rarely used courtesy. You know, Dalton, I remember you when you were with the magistrate in Fairfield. I always believed you were a moral man. I don't now believe differently. Dalton cautiously turned around, presenting himself as if he were prepared to accept another insult should the man wish to deliver one. Thank you, Director Linscott. Coming from a man as respected as you, that is quite gratifying. Linscott gestured in a casual manner as if still brushing at cobwebs and dark corners in his search for polite words. So I'm at a loss to understand how a moral man could allow his wife to parade around showing off her teats like that. Dalton smiled. The tone, if not the words themselves, had been conciliatory. Casually, as he stepped closer, he caught a full cup of wine from a passing tray and offered it to the director. Linscott took the cup with a nod. Dalton dropped his official tone and spoke as if he had been boyhood chums with the man. Actually, I couldn't agree more. In fact, my wife and I had an argument about it before we came down tonight. She insisted the dress was the fashion. I put my foot down as the man of the marriage and unconditionally forbade her from wearing the dress.
Then why is she wearing it?
Dalton sighed wearily. Because I don't cheat on her. Linscott cocked his head.
While I am glad to hear you don't ascribe to the seeming new moral attitudes where indulgences are concerned, what has that to do with the price of wheat in Kelton?
Dalton took a sip of his wine. Linscott followed his lead. Well, since I don't cheat on her, I'd have no play in bed if I won every argument. For the first time, the director's face took on a small smile.
I see what you mean.
The younger women around here dress in an appalling fashion. I was shocked when I came here to work. My wife is younger, though, and wishes to fit in with them, to have friends. She fears being shunned by the other women of the household. I have spoken with the minister about it, and he agrees the women should not flaunt themselves in such a manner. But our culture grants to women prerogative over their own dress. The minister and I believe that together we might think of a way to influence fashion to the better. Linscott nodded approvingly.
Well, I've a wife, too, and I don't cheat either. I am glad to hear you are one of the few today who adheres to the old ideals that an oath is sacred, and commitment to your mate is sacrosanct. Good man.
Anderith culture revolved a great deal around honor and word given in solemn oath, about holding to your pledge. But Anderith was changing. It was a matter of great concern to many that moral bounds had, over the last few decades, fallen to scorn by many. Debauchery was not only accepted, but expected among the fashionable elite. Dalton glanced over at Teresa, back at the director, and to Teresa again. He held out a hand. Director, could I introduce you to my lovely wife? Please. I would consider it a personal favor if you lent your considerable influence to the issue of decency. You are a greatly respected man, and could speak with moral authority I could never begin to command. She thinks I speak only as a jealous husband. Linscott considered only briefly.
I would, if it would please you.
Teresa was encouraging Claudine to drink some wine and was offering comforting words as Dalton shepherded the director up beside the two women. Teresa, Claudine, may I introduce Director Linscott? Teresa smiled into his eyes as he lightly kissed her hand. Claudine stared at the floor as the procedure was repeated on her hand. She looked as if she wanted nothing more than to either jump into the man's arms for protection or run away as fast as she could. Dalton's reassuring hand on her shoulder prevented either. Teresa, darling, the director and I were just discussing the issue of the women's dresses and fashion versus decorum. Teresa canted a shoulder toward the director as if taking him into her confidence. My husband is so stuffy about what I wear. And what do you think, Director Linscott? Do you approve of my dress? Teresa beamed proudly. Do you like it? Linscott glanced down from Teresa's eyes only briefly.
Quite lovely, my dear. Quite lovely.
You see, Dalton, I told you. My dress is much more conservative than the others. I'm delighted one so widely respected as yourself approves, Director Linscott. While Teresa turned to a passing cupbearer for a refill, Dalton gave Linscott a why didn't you help me look. Linscott shrugged and bent to Dalton's ear.
Your wife is a lovely, endearing woman, he whispered. I couldn't very well humiliate and disappoint her.
Dalton made a show of sighing. My problem exactly. Linscott straightened, smiling all the way. Director, Dalton said more seriously, Claudine here had a terrible accident earlier. While taking a walk outside, she caught her foot and took a nasty tumble.
Dear spirits!
Linscott took up her hand.
Are you badly hurt, my dear?
It was nothing, Claudine mumbled.
I've known Edwin a good many years. I'm sure your husband would be understanding if I helped you to your rooms. Here, take my arm, and I will see you safely to your bed.
As he took a sip, Dalton watched over the top of his cup. Her eyes swept the room. Those eyes held a world of longing to accept his offer. She might be safe if she did. He was a powerful man, and would have her under his wing. This test would tell him what he needed to know. It wasn't really a huge risk to play out such an experiment. People did disappear, after all, without ever being found. Still, there were risks in it. He waited for Claudine to tell him which way it would go. At last, she did. "Thank you for your concern, Director Linscott, but I'm fine. I have so looked forward to the feast and seeing the guests come to the estate. I would forever regret missing it and seeing our Minister of Culture speak." Linscott took a sip of wine. "You and Edwin have labored vigorously on new laws since he was elected Burgess. You have worked with the minister. What think you of the man?" He gestured with his cup for emphasis. "Your honest opinion now." Claudine took a gulp of wine. She had to catch her breath. She stared at nothing as she spoke. "Minister Chanbur is a man of honor. His policies have been good for Anderith. He has been respectful of the laws Edwin has proposed." She took another gulp of wine. "We are fortunate to have Bertrand Chanbur as the Minister of Culture. I have a hard time imagining another man who could do everything he does." Linscott lifted an eyebrow. "Quite a ringing endorsement from a woman of your renown. We all know that you, Claudine, are as important to those laws as Edwin." "You are too kind," she mumbled, staring into her cup. "I am just the wife of an important man. I would be little missed and quickly forgotten were I to have broken my neck out there tonight. Edwin will be honored long and well." Linscott puzzled at the top of her head. "Claudine thinks far too little of herself," Dalton said. He caught sight of the seneschal, impeccably dressed in a long-tailed red coat crossed with a sash of many colors, opening the double doors. Beyond the doors, the lavers, with rose petals floating in them, awaited the guests. Dalton turned to the director. "I suppose you know who will be the guest of honor tonight?" Linscott frowned. "Guest of honor?" "A representative from the Imperial Order, a high-ranking man by the name of Stein. Come to tell us Emperor Jagang's words." Dalton took another sip. "The Sovereign has come, too, to hear those words." Linscott sighed with the weight of this news. Now the man knew why he had been summoned, along with the other directors, to what they had thought was no more than an ordinary feast at the estate. The Sovereign, for his own safety, rarely announced his appearances in advance. He had arrived with his own special guards and a large contingent of servants. Teresa's face glowed as she smiled up at Dalton, eager for the evening's events. Claudine stared at the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen," the seneschal announced, "if it would please you, dinner is served." Chapter 21. She spread her wings, and her rich voice sang out with the somber strains of a tale more ancient than myth. Came the visions of icy beauty from the land of death where they dwell. Pursuing their prize in grisly duty came the thieves of the charm and spell. The bells chimed thrice, and death came a-calling. Alluring of shape, though seldom seen, they traveled the breeze on a spark. Some fed twigs to their newborn queen, while others invaded the dark. The bells chimed thrice, and death came a-calling. Some they called, and others they kissed, as they traveled on river and wave. With resolve they came, and did insist, every one touched to a grave. The bells chimed thrice, and death came a-calling. Roving to hunt and gathering to dance, they practiced their dark desires by casting a hex and a beautiful trance before feeding the queen's new fires. The bells chimed thrice, and death came a-calling. Till he parted the falls, and the bells chimed thrice, till he issued the calls and demanded the price. The bells chimed thrice, and death met the mountain. They charmed and embraced, and they tried to extol, but he bade them in grace, and demanded a soul. The bells fell silent, and the mountain slew them all, and the mountain entombed them all. With an impossibly long note, the young woman concluded her bewitching song. The guests broke into applause. It was an archaic lyric of Joseph Ander, and for that reason alone was cherished. Dalton had once leafed through old texts to see what he could learn of the song's meaning, but found nothing to shed light on the intent of the words, which, there being a number of versions, weren't always the same. It was one of those songs which no one really understood, but everyone treasured because it was obviously a triumph of some sort for one of their land's beloved venerable founders. For the sake of tradition, the haunting melody was sung on special occasions. For some reason, Dalton had the odd feeling that the words now meant more to him than ever before. They seemed somehow nearly to make sense. As quickly as the sensation came, his mind was on to other things, and the feeling passed. The woman's long sleeves skimmed the floor as she held her arms wide while bowing to the sovereign, and then once again to the applauding people at the head table beside the sovereign's table. A baldachin of silk and gold brocade ran up the wall behind, and then in billowing folds out over the two head tables. The baldachin's corners were held up with outsized Anderith lances. The effect was to make the head tables appear as if they were on a stage, which in many ways Dalton supposed they were. The songstress bowed to the diners at the long rows of tables running down each side of the dining hall. Her sleeves were overlaid with spotted white owl feathers, so that when she spread her arms in song, she appeared to be a winged woman, like something out of the ancient stories she sang. Stein, on the other side of the applauding minister and his wife, applauded apathetically, no doubt envisioning the young woman without her feathers. On Dalton's right, Teresa added enthusiastic calls of admiration to her clapping. Dalton stifled a yawn as he applauded. As the songstress strode away, her arms lifted to wave in winged acknowledgment of the whistles trailing after her. After she'd vanished, 4 squires entered from the opposite side of the room carrying a platform, atop which sat a marzipan ship floating in a sea of marzipan waves. The ship's billowing sails looked to be made of spun sugar. The purpose, of course, was to announce that the next course would be fish, just as the pastry deer, pursued by pastry hounds leaping a hedge of holly in which hid aspic boar, had announced one of the meat courses, and the stuffed eagle with its huge wings spread over a scene of the capital city of Fairfield made of paperboard buildings had announced a course of fowl. Up in the gallery, a fanfare trumpeted and drums rolled to add a musical testament to the arrival of the next course. There had been 5 courses, each with at least a dozen specialties. That meant there were 7 courses yet to come, each with at least a dozen distinctive dishes of its own. Music from flute and fife and drum, jugglers, troubadours, and acrobats entertained the guests between courses as a tree with candied fruits toured the tables. Gifts of mechanical horses with opposing legs that moved in unison were passed out to the delight of all. Meat dishes had included everything from Teresa's all-time favorite of suckers — she had eaten 3 of the infant rabbits — to fawn, to pig, to cow, to a bear standing on its hind legs. The bear was wheeled from table to table. At each table, its hide, draped around the roasted carcass, was pulled back to allow carvers to slice off pieces for the guests. Fowl ranged from the sparrows the minister favored for their stimulation of lust, to pigeons, to swan's neck pudding, to eagles, to baked heron that had been refeathered and held by wires in a display depicting them as a flock in flight. It was not expected that everyone would eat such a plenitude of food. The variety was meant to offer an abundance of choice, not only to please honored guests, but to astonish them with opulence. A visit to the Minister of Culture's estate was an occasion long remembered, and for many became a legendary event, talked about for years. As they sampled the dishes, most people kept an eye to the head table, where the minister sat with 2 wealthy backers he had invited to dine at his table, and the other object of great interest, the representative from the imperial order. Stein had arrived earlier, to the whispered oohing and awing of all at his man-of-war outfit and cape of human scalps. He was a sensation, drawing the inviting looks of a number of women weak in the knees at the prospect of winning such a man to their bed. In vivid outward contrast to the warrior from the old world, Bertrand Chanbour wore a close-fitting, sleeveless, padded purple doublet embellished with elaborate embroidery, gold trim, and silver braiding over a simple sleeved short jacket. Together they gave his soft, rounded shape the illusion of a more manly frame. A frill of white stood above the doublet's low, erect collar. A similar ruff stood out at wrists and waist. Slung over the shoulders of the doublet and short jacket was a magnificent dress coat of a deeper purple with fur trim running around the collar and all the way down the front. Below the padded rolls standing at the ends of the shoulders, the baggy sleeves had slashes lined with red silk. Between the spiral slashes, galloon braiding separated rows of pearls. With his intent eyes, his easy smile, which along with those eyes always seemed directed at no other than the person with whom he had eye contact at the moment, and his shock of thick graying hair, he struck an impressive figure. That, and Bertrand Chambour's presence, or rather the presence of the power he wielded as the Minister of Culture, left many a man in awed admiration and many a woman in breathless yearning. If not watching the minister's table, guests cast stealthy glances at the table beside it, where sat the sovereign, his wife, and their 3 grown sons and 2 grown daughters. No one wanted to stare openly at the sovereign. The sovereign was, after all, the Creator's deputy in the world of life, a holy religious leader as well as the ruler of their land. Many an Andereth, Anders and Haken alike, idolized the sovereign to the point of falling to the ground, wailing, and confessing sins when his carriage passed. The sovereign, alert and perceptive despite deteriorating health, was dressed in a glittering golden garment. A red vest emphasized the outfit's bulbous sleeves. A long, richly colored, embroidered silk stole was draped over his shoulders. Bright yellow stockings laced at mid-thigh to the bottom of teardrop-shaped puffed and padded breeches with colored slashes. Jewels weighed each finger. The sovereign's head hovered low between his rounded shoulders, as if the gold medallion displaying a diamond-encrusted mountain had, over time, weighed so heavily on his neck that it bowed his back. Liver spots as large as the jewels mottled his hands. The sovereign had outlived 4 wives. With loving care, the man's latest wife dabbed at the food on his chin. Dalton doubted she was yet out of her teens. Thankfully, even though the sons and daughters brought their spouses, they had left their children home. The sovereign's grandchildren were insufferable brats. No one dared do anything more than chuckle approvingly at the little darlings as they rampaged unchecked. Several of them were considerably older than their latest step-grandmother. On the other side of the minister from Dalton, Lady Hildemara Chambour, in an elegant, silvery, pleated gown cut as low as any in the room, gestured with one finger, and the harpist, stationed before but below the head table's raised platform, gently trailed her soft music to silence. The minister's wife directed the feast. It actually needed no directing from her, but she insisted she be acknowledged as the regal hostess of the majestic and stately event, and therefore from time to time contributed to the proceedings by lifting her finger to silence the harpist at the appropriate time, so that all might know and respect her social position. People were spellbound, believing the entire feast turned on Lady Chambour's finger. The harpist certainly knew when she was to let her music end for an impending slated event, but nonetheless waited and watched for that noble finger before daring to still her own. Sweat dotted her brow as she watched for Lady Chambour's finger to rise, daring not to miss it. Though universally proclaimed radiant and beautiful, Hildemara was rather thick of limb and feature, and had always put Dalton in mind of a sculpture of a woman chiseled by an artisan of greater ardor than talent. It was not a piece of work one wished to consider for long stretches. The harpist took the chance of the break to reach for a cup on the floor beside her golden harp. As she bent forward for the cup, the minister ogled her cleavage, at the same time giving Dalton an elbow in the ribs lest he missed the sight. Lady Chambour noticed her husband's roving eye, but showed no reaction. She never did. She relished the power she wielded, and willingly paid the requisite price. In private, though, Hildemara occasionally clouted Bertrand with any handy object, more likely for a social slight to her than a marital indiscretion. She had no real cause to raise objections to his philandering. She was not exactly faithful, enjoying at times the discreet company of lovers. Dalton kept a mental list of their names. Dalton suspected that, like many of her husband's dalliances, her partners were attracted to her power and hoped they might earn a favor. Most people had no clue as to what went on at the estate, and could imagine her as nothing other than a faithful, loving wife, an image she cultivated with care. The Anderith people loved her, as the people of other lands loved a queen. In many ways, she was the power behind the office of minister. She was adept, knowledgeable, focused. While Bertrand was often at play, Hildemara, behind closed doors, issued orders. He relied on his wife's expertise, often deferring to her in material matters, disinterested in what patronage she doled out to miscreants, or the cultural carnage she left in her wake. No matter what she might think of her husband in private, Hildemara worked zealously to preserve his dominion. If he fell, she would surely crash down with him. Unlike her husband, Hildemara was rarely drunk, and discreetly confined whatever couplings she had to the middle of the night. Dalton knew better than to underestimate her. She tended cobwebs of her own. The company gasped with delighted surprise when a sailor sprang from behind the marzipan ship, piping a Mary Fisher's tune on his fife while accompanying himself on a tabor hung from his belt. Teresa giggled and clapped, as did many others. She squeezed her husband's leg under the table.
"Oh, Dalton, did you ever think we would live at such a splendid place? Come to know such splendid people and see such splendid things?"
"Of course." She giggled again and gently bumped his shoulder with hers. Dalton watched Claudine applaud from a table to the right. To his left, Stein stabbed a chunk of meat and with shameless manners pulled it from the knife with his teeth. He chewed with his mouth open as he viewed the entertainment. This didn't look to be the sort of entertainment Stein favored. Servers had already begun carrying in silver chargers of the fish course, taking them to the dresser table for saucing and dressing before service. The sovereign had his own servants at a sideboard to taste and prepare his food. They used knives they had brought with them to slice off for the sovereign and his family the choice upper crust of rolls and breads. They had other knives just to prepare the trenchers upon which the sovereign's food was placed, which, unlike everyone else's plates, were changed after each course. They had one knife to slice, one to trim, and one just to smooth the trenchers. The minister leaned close, his fingers holding a slice of pork he had dipped in mustard.
"I heard a rumor that there is a woman who might be inclined to spread unpleasant lies. Perhaps you should inquire after the matter."
From the platter he shared with Teresa, Dalton plucked up with his second finger and thumb a slice of pear and almond milk. "Yes, Minister, I already have. She intends no disrespect." He popped the pear in his mouth. The minister lifted an eyebrow.
"Well and good, then."
He grinned and winked past Dalton. Smiling, Teresa bowed her head in acknowledgment of his greeting.
"Ah, my dear Teresa, have I yet told you that you look especially divine this evening, and your hair is wondrous. It makes you look as if you are a good spirit come to grace my table. If you weren't married to my right-hand man, I'd invite you to a dance later." The minister rarely danced with anyone but his wife, and as a matter of protocol, visiting dignitaries.
"Minister, I would be honored," Teresa said, stumbling over the words, "as would my husband, I'm sure. I could be in no better hands on the dance floor, or anywhere." Despite Teresa's usual ability to maintain a state of social equanimity, she blushed at the high honor Bertrand had almost extended. She fussed with the glittering sequins tied in her hair, aware of envious eyes watching her speak with the Minister of Culture himself. Dalton knew by the scowl behind the minister that there was no need to fret that such a dance, with the man doubtlessly pressing up against Teresa's half-exposed bosom, would take place. Lady Chanbur would not have Bertrand formally showing such a lack of complete devotion to her. Dalton returned to business, steering the conversation in the direction of his intentions. "One of the officials from the city is very concerned about the situation we spoke of."
"What did he say?"
Bertrand knew which director they were discussing, and wisely refrained from using names aloud, but his eyes flashed anger.
"Nothing," Dalton assured him. "But the man is persistent. He might inquire after matters, press for explanations. There are those who conspire against us, and would be eager to stir the cry of impropriety. It would be a bothersome waste of time, and take us away from our duty to the Anderith people.
were we forced to acquit ourselves of groundless accusations of misconduct. "The whole idea is absurd," the minister said, as he followed in the form of their cover conversation. "You don't really believe, do you, that people really plot to oppose our good works?" His words sounded by rote, he used them so often. Simple prudence required that public discussion be circumspect. There might be gifted people slipped in among the guests, hoping to use their skill to overhear something not meant to be heard. Dalton himself employed a gifted woman with such talent. "We devote our lives to doing the work of the Andreth people," Dalton said. "And yet there are those greedy few who would wish to stall the progress we make on behalf of the working people." From the trencher he shared with his wife, Bertrand picked up a roasted swan wing and dragged it through a small bowl of frumenti sauce. "You think fomenters might be intending to cause trouble, then?" Lady Chanbor, closely following the conversation, leaned close to her husband.
"Agitators would jump at the chance to destroy Bertrand's good work. They would willingly aid any troublemaker."
She glanced pointedly to the sovereign being fed from the fingers of his young wife.
"We have important work before us and don't need antagonists meddling in our efforts."
Bertrand Chanbor was the most likely candidate to be named sovereign, but there were those who opposed him. Once named, a sovereign served for life. Any slip at such a critical time could remove the minister from consideration. There were any number of people wishing he would make such a slip, and they would be watching and listening for it. After Bertrand Chanbor was named sovereign, they would be free of worry, but until then, nothing was certain or safe. Dalton bowed his head in acknowledgement. "You see the situation well, Lady Chanbor." Bertrand let out a little grunt.
"I take it you have a suggestion."
"I do," Dalton said, lowering his voice to little more than a whisper. It was impolite to be seen whispering, but it was unavoidable. He needed to act, and whispers would not be heard. "I think it would be best if we upset the balance of things. What I have in mind will not only pull the weed from the wheat, but it will discourage other weeds from springing up." Keeping an eye to the sovereign's table, Dalton explained his proposal. Lady Chanbor straightened with a sly smile. Dalton's advice pleased her disposition. Without emotion, Bertrand, as he watched Claudine picking at her food, agreed. Stein dragged his knife blade across the table, making a show of slicing through the fine white linen overcloth.
"Why don't I just slit their throats?"
The minister glanced about, checking to see if he could tell if anyone had overheard Stein's offer. Hildemara's face flushed with anger. Teresa's went white to hear such talk, especially from a man who wore a cape of human scalps. Stein had been warned before. If overheard and reported, such words could open the floodgates of investigation, which would undoubtedly bring the mother confessor herself down on them. She would not rest until she discovered the truth of it, and if that happened, she very well might be inclined to use her magic to remove the minister from office, for good. With a deadly look, Dalton delivered a silent threat to Stein. Stein grinned out through yellow teeth.
"Just a friendly joke."
"I don't care how large the Imperial Order's force is," the minister growled for the ears of any who might have heard Stein.
"Unless they are invited through, which is yet to be decided, they will all perish before the Domini Dirch. The Emperor knows the truth of it, or he wouldn't ask us to consider the generous offers of peace he has made. I am sure he would be displeased to know how one of his men insults our culture and the laws by which we live. You are here as a delegate from Emperor Jagang to explain to our people the Emperor's position and liberal offers. No more. If need be, we can get another to do such explaining." Stein smirked at all the agitation directed his way. "I was joking, of course. Such empty talk is the custom among my people. Where I come from, such words are common and harmless. I assure you all, it was only meant for the sake of amusement."
"I hope you intend to exercise better judgment when you speak to our people," the minister said.
"This is a serious matter you have come to discuss. The directors would not appreciate hearing such offensive humor."
Stein let out a coarse laugh.
Master Campbell did explain your culture's intolerance for such crude banter, but my unpolished nature caused me to forget his wise words. Please excuse my poor choice of a joke. No harm was intended.
Well and good, then. Bertrand leaned back, his wary gaze sweeping over the guests. All Anderith people take a dim view of brutality, and are not used to such talk, much less such action. Stein bowed his head.
I have yet to learn the exemplary customs of your great culture. I look forward to being given the opportunity to learn your better ways.
With those precisely disarming words, Dalton raised his estimate of the man. Stein's unkempt hair was misleading. What was under it was not nearly so disordered. If Lady Chanbor caught the mordant satire in Stein's repartee, she did not show it, as her face relaxed back to its usual sweet and sour set. We understand and admire your sincere effort to learn what must be strange customs to you. Her fingertips slid Stein's goblet toward him. Please, have some of our fine Reef Valley wine. We are all very fond of it. If Lady Chanbor failed to grasp the subtle sarcasm in Stein's words, Teresa did not. Unlike Hildemara, Teresa had skirmished much of her adult life among the cut-and-thrust front lines of female social culture, where words were wielded as weapons meant to draw blood. The higher the level of engagement, the more refined the edge. There you had to be adept to know you had been cut and were bleeding, or the wound was all that much greater for others seeing it and you missing it. Hildemara didn't need the blade of wit. Raw power alone shielded her. Anderith generals rarely swung swords. As she watched with practical fascination, Teresa took a sip when Stein swept up his goblet for a long swig.
It is good. In fact, I would declare it to be the best I've ever tasted.
We are pleased to hear such a widely traveled man's opinion, the minister said. Stein thunked his goblet down on the table.
I've had my fill of food. When do I get to speak my piece?
The minister lifted an eyebrow. When the guests have finished. Grinning again, Stein stabbed a chunk of meat and leaned back to gnaw it off the knife point. As he chewed, his eyes boldly met the sultry looks he was getting from some of the women. Chapter 22. Musicians up in the gallery piped a nautical tune, while ushers unfurled lengthy blue banners down into the dining hall. The pairs of men holding the banners flapped them in time with the music, giving the effect of ocean waves as the fishing boats painted on the banners bobbed upon the blue cloth waters. While the sovereign's own servants catered to his table, squires in estate livery eddied around the minister's head table, bearing silver platters arrayed with the colorfully prepared fish course. The minister selected crab legs, salmon belly, fried minnows, bream, and eels in saffron sauce, the squire placing each item between the minister and his wife for them to transfer as they would to their shared trencher. Minister Chanbor swirled a long piece of eel in the saffron sauce and offered it, draped over a finger, to his wife. She smiled affectionately, and with the tips of long nails plucked it from his finger, but before putting it to her lips she instead set it down and turned to Stein to ask, as if suddenly taken with curiosity, about the food of his homeland. In the short time he had been at the estate, Dalton had learned that Lady Chanbor disliked eel above all else. When one of the squires held out a platter of crayfish, Teresa told Dalton by the hopeful lift of her eyebrows that she would like one. The squire deftly split the shell, removed the vein, fluffed the meat, and stuffed the shell beneath with crackers and butter, as Dalton requested. He used his knife to lift a slice of porpoise from a platter held out by a squire with his head bowed low between his outstretched arms. The squire genuflected, as did they all, before moving on with a dance-like step. Teresa's wrinkled nose told him she didn't want any eel. He took one for himself, only because the minister's nodding and grinning told him he should. After he did, the minister leaned close and whispered, "Eel is good for the eel, if you follow my meaning." Dalton simply smiled, feigning appreciation for the pointer. His mind was on his job and the task at hand. And besides, he wasn't preoccupied with concern about his eel. As Teresa sampled the gingered carp, Dalton idly tasted the baked herring with sugar as he watched the Hakin squires, like an invading army, sweep down on the tables of guests. They brought platters of fried pike, bass, millet, and trout, baked lamprey herring, haddock, and hake, roast perch, salmon, seal, and sturgeon, crabs, shrimp, and whelk on beds of glazed roe, along with tureens of spiced scallop bisque and almond fish stew, in addition to colorful sauces of every kind. Other dishes were served in inventive presentations of sauces and florid concoctions of combined ingredients, from porpoise and peas and onion wine sauce to sturgeon roe and gurnard flanks, to great plaice and codling pie in sauce vert. The abundance of food presented in such elaborate profusion was intended not only to be political spectacle, wherein the Minister of Culture manifested his power and wealth, but also to convey, to protect the minister from accusations of ostentatious excess, a profound religious connotation. The plenty was ultimately an exhibition of the Creator's splendor, and, despite the seeming opulence, but an infinitesimal sampling of his endless bounty. The feast was not convened to oblige a gathering of people, but a gathering of people had been called to attend the feast, a subtle but significant difference. That the feast wasn't held for a social reason, say a wedding or to celebrate an anniversary of a military victory, underlined its religious substance. The sovereign's attendance, his being the Creator's deputy in the world of life, only consecrated the sacred aspects of the feast. If guests were impressed with the wealth, power, and nobility of the minister and his wife, that was incidental and unavoidable. Dalton, incidentally, noticed a great many people being unavoidably impressed. The room droned with conversation sprinkled with the chime of laughter as the guests sipped wine, nibbled food of every sort, and sampled with different fingers the variety of sauces. The harpist had started in again to entertain the guests while they dined. The minister ate eel as he spoke with his wife, Stein, and the two wealthy backers at the far end of the table. Dalton wiped his lips, deciding to make use of the opening offered by the relaxed mood. He took a last sip of wine before leaning toward his wife. "Did you find out anything from your talk earlier?" Teresa used her knife to part a piece of fried pike, then picked up her half with her fingers and dipped it in red sauce. She knew he meant Claudine. "Nothing specific, but I suspect the lamb is not locked in her pen." Teresa didn't know what the whole matter was about, or that Dalton had enlisted the two Hakin boys to deliver a warning to Claudine, but she knew enough to understand that Claudine was probably making trouble over her tryst with the minister. While they never discussed specifics, Teresa knew she wasn't sitting at the head table simply because Dalton knew the law forward and backward. Teresa lowered her voice. "While I talked with her, she paid a lot of attention to Director Linscott. You know, watching him while trying to act as if she wasn't. Watching, too, to see if anyone saw her looking." Her word was always trustworthy, never embellished with supposition without being tagged as such. "Why do you think she was so brazen before about telling the other women that the minister forced himself on her?" "I think she told others about the minister as protection. I believe she reasoned that if people already knew about it, then she was safe from being silenced before anyone could find out. For some reason, though, she has suddenly become close-mouthed. But, like I said, she was watching the director a lot and pretending as if she wasn't." Teresa left it to him to draw his own conclusions. Dalton leaned toward her as he rose. "Thank you, darling. If you will excuse me briefly, I must see to some business." She caught his hand. "Don't forget you promised to introduce me to the sovereign." Dalton lightly kissed her cheek before meeting the minister's eye. What Teresa had said only confirmed his belief in the prudence of his plan. Much was at stake. Director Linscott could be inquisitorial. Dalton was reasonably sure the message delivered by the two boys had silenced Claudine, but if it didn't, this would end her ability to sow her seeds. He gave Bertrand a slight nod. As he moved around the room, Dalton stopped at a number of tables, leaning over, greeting people he knew, hearing a joke here, a rumor there, a proposal or two, and promised to get together with some. Everyone thought him a representative of the minister, come from the head table to make the rounds of the tables, seeing to everyone's pleasure. Arriving at last at his true destination, Dalton presented a warm smile. "Claudine, I pray you are feeling better. Teresa suggested I inquire, see if you need anything. seeing as how Edwin is not able to be here. She flashed him a reasonably good imitation of a sincere smile.
Your wife is a dear, Master Campbell. I'm fine, thank you. The food and company has put me right. Please tell her I'm feeling much better.
I am glad to hear it. Dalton leaned close to her ear. I was going to relay an offer for Edwin and you, but I'm reluctant to ask this of you, not only with Edwin out of the city, but with your unfortunate tumble. I don't wish to force work on you when you aren't up to it, so please come to see me when you are fit. She turned to frown at him.
Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. If you have business that involves Edwin, he wishes me to hear it. We work closely and have no secrets where business is concerned. You know that, Master Campbell.
Dalton not only knew it, but was counting on it. He squatted down on the balls of his feet as she scooted her chair back to be out of the table's circle of conversation. Please forgive my presumption. Well, you see, he began, the minister feels profound sympathy for men unable to feed their families any other way but to beg food. Even if they can beg food, their families still go for want of clothes, proper shelter, and other necessities. Despite the charity of good Anderith people, many children go to bed with the ache of hunger in their bellies. Hakens as well as Anders suffer this fate, and the minister feels compassion for both, for they are all his responsibility. The minister has labored feverishly and has at last worked out the final details of a new law to at last put a number of people to work who otherwise would have no hope.
That's very good of him, she stammered. Bertrand Chanbor is a good man. We are lucky to have him as our Minister of Culture.
Dalton wiped a hand across his mouth as she looked away from his eyes. Well, the thing of it is, the minister often mentions his respect for Edwin, for all the unsung work Edwin has done. So I suggested to the minister that it would be appropriate to somehow show our respect for Edwin's hard work and dedication. The minister fervently agreed, and instantly sprang to the idea of having the new law headed as proposed and sponsored by Burgess Edwin Winthrop. The minister even wishes it to be called the Winthrop Fair Employment Law, in honor of your husband, and you too, of course, for all your work. Everyone knows the input you have in the laws Edwin drafts. Claudine's gaze had already returned to meet his. She put a hand to her breast.
Why, Master Campbell, that is very generous of you and the minister. I am completely taken by surprise, as I'm sure Edwin will be. We will certainly review the law as soon as possible, so as to allow its most expeditious implementation.
Dalton grimaced. Well, the thing is, the minister just now informed me he is impatient to announce it tonight. I had originally planned to bring you a draft of the law for you and Edwin to review before it was announced, but with all the directors here, the minister decided that in good conscience he must act, that he couldn't bear to have those men out of work another day. They need to feed their families. She licked her lips.
Well, yes, I understand. I guess, but I really...
Good. Oh, good. That is so very kind of you.
But I really should have a look at it. I really must see it. Edwin would want...
Yes, of course. I understand completely. And I assure you that you will get a copy straight away, first thing tomorrow.
But I meant before...
With everyone here now, the minister was set on announcing it this evening. The minister really doesn't want to have to delay the implementation, nor does he want to abandon his desire to have the Winthrop name on such a landmark law. And the minister was so hoping that the sovereign, since he is here tonight, and we all know how rare his visits are, would hear of the Winthrop Fair Employment Law designed to help people who otherwise have no hope. The sovereign knows Edwin, and would be so pleased. Claudine stole a glance at the sovereign. She wet her lips. But, do you wish me to ask the minister to postpone the law? More than the sovereign missing it, the minister would be very disappointed to let the opportunity pass, and to let down those starving children who depend on him to better their lives. You can understand, can't you, that it's really for the sake of the children?
Yes, but in order to...
Claudine, Dalton said, as he took one of her hands in both of his, you don't have any children, so I realize it must be particularly difficult for you to empathize with parents desperate to feed their young ones. desperate to find work when there is none, but try to understand how frightened they must be. She opened her mouth, but no words came. He went on, not allowing her the time to form those words. Try to understand what it would be like to be a mother and father, waiting day after day, waiting for a reason to hope, waiting for something to happen so that you could find work and be able to feed your children. Can't you help? Can you try to understand what it must be like for a young mother? Her face had gone ashen. "Of course," she finally whispered. "I understand. I really do. I want to help. I'm sure Edwin will be pleased when he learns he was named as the law's sponsor." Before she could say anything else, Dalton stood. "Thank you, Claudine." He took up her hand again and gave it a kiss. "The minister will be very pleased to hear of your support, and so will those men who will now find work. You have done a good thing for the children. The good spirits must be smiling on you right now." By the time Dalton had returned to the head table, the squires were making the rounds again, quickly placing a turtle pie in the center of each table. Guests puzzled at the pies, their crusts quartered, but not cut all the way through. Frowning, Teresa was leaning in, staring at the pie placed before the minister and his wife at the center of the head table. "Dalton," she whispered, "that pie moved of its own accord." Dalton kept the smile from his face. "You must be mistaken, Tess. A pie can't move." "But I'm sure—" With that, the crust broke and a section of it lifted. A turtle poked its head up to peer at the minister. A claw grasped the edge, and the turtle hauled itself out to be followed by another. All around the room, surprised guests laughed, applauded, and murmured in astonishment as turtles began climbing out of the pies. The turtles, of course, had not been baked alive in the pies. The pies had been baked with dried beans inside. After the crust was baked, a hole was cut in the bottom to allow the beans to be drained out, and the turtles put in. The crusts had been cut partly through so it would break easily and allow the animals to make good their escape. The turtle pies, as one of the amusements of the feast, were a grand success. Everyone was delighted by the spectacle. Sometimes it was turtles, sometimes it was birds, both specially raised for the purpose of popping out of pies at a feast to delight and astonish guests. While squires with wooden buckets began making the rounds of the tables to collect the liberated turtles, Lady Chanbor summoned the chamberlain and asked him to cancel the entertainment due to perform before the next course. A hush fell over the room as she rose. "Good people, if I may have your attention, please." Hildemara looked to both sides of the room, making sure every eye was upon her. Her pleated dress seemed to glow with cold silver light. "It is the highest calling and duty to help your fellow citizens when they are in need. Tonight, at last, we hope to take a step to help the children of Anderith. It is a bold step, one requiring courage. Fortunately, we have a leader of such courage. It is my high honor to introduce to you the greatest man I have ever had the privilege to know, a man of integrity, a man who works tirelessly for the people, a man who never forgets the needs of those who need us most, a man who holds our better future above all else, my husband, the Minister of Culture, Bertrand Chanbor." Hildemara pulled a smile across her face and, clapping, turned to her husband. The room erupted with applause and a great groan of cheering. Beaming, Bertrand stood and slipped an arm around his wife's waist. She stared adoringly up into his eyes. He gazed lovingly down into hers. People cheered louder yet, joyful to have such a high-minded couple boldly leading Anderith. Dalton rose as he applauded with his hands over his head, bringing everyone to their feet. He put on his widest smile so the farthest guest would be able to see it, and then, continuing to applaud loudly, turned to watch the minister and his wife. Dalton had worked for a number of men. Some he could not trust to announce a round of drinks. Some were good at following the plan as Dalton outlined it, but didn't grasp it fully until they saw it unfold. None were in Bertrand Chanbor's league. The minister had immediately grasped the concept and goal as Dalton had quickly explained it to him. He would be able to embellish it and make it his own. Dalton had never seen anyone as smooth as Bertrand Chanbor. Smiling, holding a hand in the air, Bertrand both acknowledged the cheering crowd and finally silenced them.
"My good people of Anderith," he began in a deep, sincere-sounding voice that boomed into the farthest reaches of the room. "Tonight, I ask you to consider the future. The time is overdue for us to have the courage to leave our past favoritism where it belongs, in the past. We must instead think of our future and the future of our children and grandchildren."
He had to pause and nod and smile while the room again roared with applause. Once more he began bringing the audience to silence.
"Our future is doomed if we allow naysayers to rule our imagination, instead of allowing the spirit of potential, given us by the Creator, room to soar."
He again waited until the wild clapping died down. Dalton marveled at the sauce Bertrand could whip up on the spot to pour over the meat.
"We in this room have had thrust upon us the responsibility for all the people of Anderith, not just the fortunate. It is time our culture included all the people of Anderith, not just the fortunate. It is time our laws served all the people of Anderith, not just the few."
Dalton shot to his feet to applaud and whistle. Immediately following his lead, everyone else stood as they clapped and cheered. Hildemara, still beaming with the loving grin of wifely devotion and fawning, stood to clap for her husband.
"When I was young,"
Bertrand went on in a soft voice after the crowd quieted,
"I knew the pang of hunger. It was a difficult time in Anderith. My father was without work. I watched my sister cry herself to sleep as hunger gnawed in her belly. I watched my father weep in silence because he felt the shame of having no work, because he had no skills."
He paused to clear his throat.
"He was a proud man, but that nearly broke his spirit."
Dalton idly wondered if Bertrand even had a sister.
"Today we have proud men, men willing to work, and at the same time plenty of work that needs to be done. We have several government buildings under construction and more planned. We have roads being built in order to allow for the expansion of trade. We have bridges yet to be built up in the passes over the mountains. Rivers await workers to come build piers to support bridges to those roads and passes. But none of those proud men who are willing to work and who need the work can be employed at any of these jobs, or the many other jobs available, because they are unskilled, as was my father."
Bertrand Chandbour looked out at people waiting in rapt attention to hear his solution.
"We can provide these proud men with work. As the Minister of Culture, it is my duty to our people to see to it that these men have work so they can provide for their children, who are our future. I asked our brightest minds to come up with a solution, and they have not let me nor the people of Anderith down. I wish I could take credit for this brilliant new statute, but I cannot. These scholarly new proposals were brought to me by people who make me proud to be in office, so that I might help them guide this new law into the light of day. There were those in the past who would use their influence to see such fair ideas die in the dark recesses of hidden rooms. I won't allow such selfish interests to kill the hope of our children's future."
Bertrand let a dark scowl descend upon his face, and his scowls could make people pale and tingle with dread.
"There were those in the past who held the best for their own kind, and would allow no others the chance to prove themselves."
There was no mistaking the illusion. Time meant nothing in healing the wounds inflicted by the Haken overlords. Those wounds would always be open and raw. It served to keep them so. Bertrand's face relaxed into his familiar easy smile, by contrast all the more pleasant after the scowl.
"This new hope is the Winthrop Fair Employment Law."
He held out a hand toward Claudine.
"Lady Winthrop, would you please stand?"
Blushing, she looked about as people smiled her way. Applause started in, urging her to stand. She looked like a deer caught inside the garden fence at dawn. Hesitantly, she rose to her feet. "Good people, it is Lady Winthrop's husband, Edwin, who is the sponsor of the new law. And as many of you know, Lady Winthrop is his able assistant in his job as Burgess. I have no doubt that Lady Winthrop played a critical role in her husband's new law. Edwin is away on business, but I would like to applaud her fine work in this, and hope she relays our appreciation to Edwin when he returns." Along with Bertrand, the room applauded and cheered her and her absent husband. Claudine, her face red, smiled cautiously to the adoration. Dalton noticed that the directors, not knowing what the law was about, were polite but reserved in their congratulations. With people leaning toward her, touching her to get her attention and offering words of appreciation, it was a time before everyone returned to their seats to hear the nature of the law. "The Winthrop Fair Employment Law is what its name implies," Bertrand finally explained. "Fair and open, rather than privileged and closed, employment. With all the construction of indispensable public projects, we have much work to do in order to serve the needs of the people." The minister swept a look of resolve across the crowd. "But one brotherhood holds itself to outmoded prerogative, thus delaying progress. Don't get me wrong, these men are of high ideals and are hard workers, but the time has come to throw open the doors of this archaic order designed to protect the special few. Henceforth, under the new law, employment shall go to anyone willing to put their back to the work, not just to the closed brotherhood of the Masons' Guild." The crowd took a collective gasp. Bertrand gave them no pause. "Worse, because of this shrouded guild where only a few meet their obscure and needlessly strict requirements, the cost to the people of Anderith for public projects they construct is far and away above what would be the cost were willing workers allowed to work." The minister shook his fist. "We all pay the outrageous cost." Director Linscott was near to purple with contained rage. Bertrand uncurled a finger from his fist and pointed out at the crowd. "The Masons' vast knowledge should be employed. By all means it should. But with this new law, the common man will be employed, too, under the supervision of Masons, and the children will not go hungry for their father's want of work." The minister struck a fist to the palm of his other hand to emphasize each point he added. "I call upon the directors of Cultural Amity to show us, now, by their raised hands, their support of putting starving people to work, their support of the government finally being able to complete projects at a fair price by using those willing to work, and not just the members of a secret society of Masons who set their own exorbitant rates we all must bear, their support for the children, their support of the Winthrop Fair Employment Law." Director Linscott shot to his feet. "I protest such a show of hands. We have not yet had time to—" He fell silent when he saw the sovereign lift his hand. "If the other directors would like to show their support," the sovereign said in a clear voice into the hush, "then the people gathered here should know of it, so that none may bear false witness to the truth of each man's will. There can be no harm in judging the sentiment of the directors while they are all here. A show of hands is not the final word, and so does not close the matter to debate before it becomes law." The sovereign's impatience had just unwittingly saved the minister the task of forcing a vote. Though it was true that a show of hands here would not make the law final, in this case such a schism among the guilds and professions would ensure it did. Dalton did not have to wait for the other directors to show their hands. There was no doubt in his mind. The law the minister had announced was a death sentence to a guild, and the minister had just let them all see the glint off the executioner's axe. Though they would not know why, the directors would know one of their number had been singled out. While only 4 of the directors were guildmasters, the others were no less assailable. The moneylenders might have their allowed interest lowered, or even outlawed.
The merchants, their trade preferences and routes changed. The solicitors and barristers could have their charges set by law at a rate even a beggar could afford. No profession was safe from some new law, should they displease the minister. If the other directors did not support the minister in this, that blade might be turned on their guild or profession. The minister had called for a public showing of their hands rather than a closed-door vote, the implication being that the axe would not swing in their direction if they went along. Claudine sank into her chair. She, too, knew what this meant. Men were formerly forbidden work at the trade of mason unless they were members of the Masons' Guild. The guild set training, standards, and rates, governed disputes, assigned workers to various jobs as needed, looked after members injured or sick, and helped widows of men killed on the job. With unskilled workers allowed to work as masons, guild members would lose their skilled wages. It would destroy the Masons' Guild. For Linscott, it would mean the end of his career. For the loss of the protection of guild law while under his watch as a director, the Masons would doubtless expel him within a day. The unskilled would now work. Linscott would be an outcast. Of course, the land's projects would, in the end, cost more. Unskilled workers were, after all, unskilled. A man who was expensive but knew his job in the end cost less, and the finished job was sound. A director lifted his hand, showing his informal, but for all practical purposes final support for the new law. The others watched that hand go up, as if seeing an arrow fly to a man's chest to pierce his heart. Linscott was that man. None wanted to join his fate. One by one, the other directors' hands began going up until there were 11. Linscott gave Claudine a murderous look before he stalked out of the feast. Claudine's ashen face lowered. Dalton started applauding the directors. It jolted everyone out of the somber drama, and people began joining in. All those around Claudine began congratulating her, telling her what a wonderful thing she and her husband had done for the children of Anderith. Tongues began indignantly scolding the Masons' selfish ways. Soon a line of people wanting to thank her formed to file past and add their names to those on the side of the Minister of Culture and the courage of his fairness. Claudine shook their hands, but managed only a pallid smile. Director Linscott was not likely to ever again wish to listen to anything Claudine Winthrop had to say. Stein glanced over, giving Dalton a cunning smile. Hilda Mara directed a self-satisfied smirk his way, and her husband clapped Dalton on the back. When everyone had returned to their seats, the harpist poised her hands with fingers spread to pluck a chord, but the sovereign again raised his hand. All eyes went to him as he began to speak.
I believe we should take this opportunity, before the next course, to hear what the gentleman from afar has to say to us.
No doubt the sovereign was having trouble staying awake, and before he fell asleep wanted to hear Stein speak. The minister stood to once again address the room.
Good people, as you may know, a war is spreading. Each side has arguments as to why we should join with them. Anderith wants only peace. We have no desire to see our young men and women bleed in a foreign struggle. Our land is unique and being protected by the Domini Dirch, so we have no need to fear violence visiting us, but there are other considerations, not the least of which is trade with the world beyond our borders. We intend to hear what the Lord Rall of Dahara and Mother Confessor have to say. They are pledged to wed, as you have all no doubt heard from the diplomats returning from Aidendrill. This will join Dahara with the Midlands to create a formidable force. We await, listening respectfully to their words. But tonight, we are going to hear what the Imperial Order wishes us to know. The Emperor Jagang has sent a representative from the old world beyond the Valley of the Lost, which has now, for the first time in thousands of years, been opened for passage.
Bertrand held out a hand.
May I introduce the Emperor's spokesman, Master Stein.
People applauded politely, but it trailed off as Stein rose up. He was an imposing, fearsome, and fascinating figure. He hooked his thumbs behind his empty weapon belt.
We are engaged in a struggle for our future, much the same as the struggle you have just witnessed, only on a larger scale.
Stein picked up a small loaf of hard bread. His big hands squeezed it until it broke apart.
We, the race of mankind, and that includes the good people of Andereth, are slowly being crushed. We are being held back. We are being suffocated. We are being denied our destiny, denied our future, denied life itself. Just as you have men without work, because a self-interested guild held sway over the lives of others, denying them work and thus food for their children, magic holds sway over all of us.
A hum rose in the room as whispering spread. People were confused and just a little worried. Magic was loathed by some, but respected by many.
Magic decides for you your destiny, Stein went on. Those with magic rule you, though you have not willingly consented to it. They have the power, and they keep you in their grip. Those with magic cast spells to harm those they resent. Those with magic bring harm to innocent people they fear, they dislike, they envy, and simply to keep the masses in check. Those with magic rule you whether you like it or not. The mind of man could flourish were it not for magic. It is time regular folks decide what will be, without magic holding its shadow over those decisions and your future.
Stein lifted his cape out to the side.
These are the scalps of the gifted. I killed each myself. I have prevented each of these witches from twisting the lives of normal people. People should fear the Creator, not some sorceress or wizard or witch. We should worship the Creator, none other.
Low murmurs of agreement began to stir.
The Imperial Order will end magic in this world, just as we ended the magic that kept the people of the New and Old World separated for thousands of years. The Order will prevail. Man will decide his own destiny. Even without our help, fewer and fewer gifted are born all the time, as even the Creator, with his nearly infinite patience, tires of their vile ways. The old religion of magic is dying out. The Creator himself has thus given us a sign that the time has come for man to cast magic aside.
More rustles of agreement swept through the room.
We do not wish to fight the people of Andereth, nor do we wish to force you against your will to take up arms to join us. But we intend to destroy the forces of magic led by the bastard son of Dahara. Any who join him will fall under our blade, just as those with magic, he held out the cape, fell under mine.
He slowly swept a finger before the crowd as he held his cape out with his other hand.
Just as I killed these gifted witches who came up against me, we will kill any who stand against us. We also have other means beyond the blade to end magic. Just as we brought down the magic separating us, we will bring an end to all magic. The time of man is upon us.
The minister casually lifted a hand. And what is it then, if not the swords of our powerful army, the Order wishes from us?
Emperor Jagang gives his word that if you do not join with the forces fighting for those with magic, we will not attack you. All we wish is to trade with you, just as you trade with others.
Well, the minister said, playing the part of the skeptic for the benefit of the crowd, we already have arrangements that commit a great deal of our commodities to the Midlands. Stein smiled.
We offer double the highest price anyone else offers to pay.
The sovereign lifted his hand, bringing even the whispering to a halt.
How much of the output of Andereth would you be interested in purchasing?
Stein looked out over the crowd.
All of it. We are a huge force. You need not lift a blade to fight in the war. We will do the fighting. But if you sell us your goods, you will be safe, and your land will become wealthy beyond your hopes and dreams.
The sovereign stood, surveying the room.
Thank you for the Emperor's words, Master Stein. We will want to hear more. For now, your words have given us much to consider.
He swept a hand before the people.
Let the feast resume.
Chapter 23. Fitch's head hurt something awful. The dawn light hurt his eyes. Despite sucking on a small piece of ginger, he couldn't get the foul, sour taste in the back of his throat to go away.
He figured the headache and awful taste was probably from too much of the fine wine and rum he and Morley had treated themselves to. Even so, he was in good spirits, and smiled as he scrubbed the crusty pots. Slow as he was moving, trying not to make his head feel any worse, Master Drummond wasn't yelling at him. The big man seemed relieved that the feast was over, and they could go back to their regular cooking chores. The kitchen master had sent him after a number of things, not once calling him Fetch. Fitch heard someone coming his way, and looked up to see that it was Master Drummond. "Fitch, dry your hands." Fitch pulled up his arms and shook off some of the soapy water.
Yes, sir.
He snatched up a nearby towel as he recalled with acute pleasure the title of Sir being directed to him the night before. Master Drummond wiped his forehead with his own white towel. With the way his head was sweating, he looked like he might have had some drink the night before, too, and might not be feeling his best either. It had been a tremendous amount of work getting ready for the feast, so Fitch grudgingly guessed that Master Drummond deserved to get drunk, too. At least the man got to be called Sir all the time.
"Get yourself up to Master Campbell's office."
Sir?
Master Drummond tucked the white towel behind his belt. The nearby women were watching. Gilly was scowling, no doubt waiting for an opportunity to twist Fitch's ear and scold him for his wicked Hakin ways.
"Dalton Campbell just sent word that he wants to see you. I'd guess he means right now, Fitch, so get to it and see what he needs."
Fitch bowed.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Before she could give him much of a thought, he cut a wide path around Gilly, keeping out of her reach and disappearing as quickly as possible. This was one task Fitch was only too happy to rush to do, and he didn't want to be snagged by the sour-faced saucer woman. As he took the stairs 2 at a time, his throbbing head seemed to be only a minor annoyance. By the time he'd reached the 3rd floor, he suddenly felt pretty good. He rushed past the spot where Beata had clouted him and down the hall just a short ways to the right, to where only a week before he'd taken a plate of sliced meat late one evening to Dalton Campbell's office. The door to the outer office stood open. Fitch caught his breath and shuffled in, keeping his head low in a respectful sort of way. He'd only been there that once before, and he wasn't exactly sure how he was supposed to act in the offices of the minister's aide. There were 2 tables in the room. One had disorderly stacks of papers all over it, along with messenger pouches and sealing wax. The other dark, shiny table was nearly clean except for a few books and an unlit lamp. The morning sun, streaming in the tall windows, provided light aplenty. Along the far wall to the left, opposite the wall with the windows, 4 young men lounged and chatted on a long padded bench. They were talking about road conditions to outlying towns and cities. They were messengers, a coveted job in the household, so Fitch guessed it seemed a logical enough thing for them to discuss, but he always thought messengers would talk more of the grand things they saw in their job. The 4 were well dressed, all the same, in the minister's aide's exclusive livery of heavy black boots, dark brown trousers, white shirts with ruffled collars, and sleeved doublets, quilted with an interlocking cornucopia design. The edges of the doublets were trimmed with distinctive brown and black braided wheat banding. To Fitch's way of thinking, the outfits made any of the messengers look almost noble, but especially so those messengers belonging to the minister's aide. There were a number of different kinds of messengers in the household, each with its own individual uniform, each working for a specific person or office. Fitch knew of messengers working for the minister, Lady Chanbor, the chamberlain's office, the marshal's office. The sergeant-at-arms had several. There were a number of army messengers working out of the estate, and those who brought messages to the estate but lived elsewhere. Even the kitchen had a messenger. From time to time he saw others he didn't recognize. Fitch couldn't understand why they were all needed. He couldn't understand how much messaging a person could possibly need to do. Far and away the largest contingent of messengers, nearly an army's worth it seemed, belonged to the office of the minister's chief aide, Dalton Campbell. The 4 men sitting on the padded bench watched him with friendly enough smiles. 2 nodded in greeting, something messengers had done before when he came across them. Fitch always thought it odd when they did, because even though they too were Hakin, he always figured messengers were better than he, as if, while not Ander, they were some indefinable step above a mere Hakin. Fitch nodded in kind to return the greeting. One of the men who had nodded, perhaps a year or 2 older than Fitch, lifted a thumb toward the room beyond. "Master Campbell is waiting on you, Fitch. You're to go on in." Fitch was surprised to be called by name. "Thank you." He shambled over to the tall doorway to the inner room and waited at the threshold. He'd been in the outer waiting room before. The interior door had always been closed, and he expected Master Campbell's inner office to be more or less the same, but it was larger and much more grand, with rich-looking blue and gold drapes on the 3 windows, a wall of fancy oak shelves holding a colorful array of thick books, and in the other corner several magnificent Ander battle standards. Each long banner was of a yellow background with red markings along with a bit of blue. The standards were arranged in a display flanked by formidable-looking pole weapons. Dalton Campbell looked up from behind a massive desk of shiny mahogany with curved legs and a scalloped skirt. The top had 3 inset leather squares, smaller ones to each side of a large one in the middle, each with a curly design painted in gold around its edges. Fitch, there you are. Good. Come in and shut the door, please. Fitch crossed the big room and stood before the desk when he had done as bidden. Yes, sir. You needed something? Campbell leaned back in his brown leather chair. His princely scabbard and sword stood beside a tufted bench in their own special holder of hammered silver made to look like a scroll. Lines of writing were engraved on the scroll, but Fitch couldn't read, so he didn't know if they were real words. Tipping his chair back on the 2 rear legs while he sucked on the end of a glass dipping pen, the minister's aide studied Fitch's face. You did a good job with Claudine Winthrop. Thank you, sir. I tried my best to remember everything you told me you wanted me to do and say. And you did that quite well. Some men would have turned squeamish and failed to do as I instructed. I can always use men who follow orders and remember what I tell them I want done. In fact, I would like to offer you a new position with my office as a messenger. Fitch stared dumbly. He'd heard the words, but they didn't seem to make any sense to him. Dalton Campbell had plenty of messengers. A whole army of them, it seemed. Sir? You did well. I'd like you to be one of my messengers. Me, sir? The work is easier than kitchen work, and the job, unlike kitchen work, pays a wage in addition to food and living quarters. Earning a wage, you could begin to set money aside for your future. Perhaps one day, when you earn your surname, you might be able to buy yourself something. Perhaps a sword. Fitch stood frozen, his mind focused intently on Dalton Campbell's words, running them through his head again. He never even dreamed such dreams as working as a messenger. He'd not considered the possibility of work that would give him more than a roof and food, the opportunity to lift some good liquor, and perhaps a penny bonus now and again. Of course, he dreamed of having a sword and reading and other things, but those were silly dreams, and he knew it. They were just for fun dreaming. Daydreaming. He hadn't dared dream close to real things, such as this, such as actually being a messenger. Well, what do you say, Fitch? Would you like to be one of my messengers? Naturally, you couldn't wear those clothes. You would have to wear messenger livery. Dalton Campbell leaned forward to look over the desk and down. That includes boots. You would have to wear boots to be a messenger. You would have to move to new quarters, too. The messengers have quarters together. Beds, not pallets. The beds have sheets. You have to make up your bed, of course, and keep your own trunk in order, but the staff washes the messengers' clothes and bedding. What do you say, Fitch? Would you like to join my staff of messengers? Fitch swallowed. What about Morley, Master Campbell? Morley did just as you said, too. Would he become a messenger with me? The leathers squeaked when Dalton Campbell again tipped back onto the 2 rear legs of his chair. He sucked on the end of the spiraled blue and clear glass pen for a time as he studied Fitch's eyes. At last he took the pen away from his mouth. I only need one messenger right now. It's time you started thinking about yourself, Fitch, about your future. Do you want to be a kitchen boy the rest of your life? The time has come for you to do what's right for you, Fitch, if you ever want to get places in life. This is your chance to rise up out of that kitchen. It may be the only chance you get. I'm offering the position to you, not Morley. Take it or leave it. What's it going to be, then? Fitch licked his lips. Well, sir, I like Morley. He's my friend. But I don't think there's anything I'd rather do in the whole world than be your messenger, Master Campbell. I'll take the job if you'll have me. Good. Welcome to the staff, then, Fitch.
He smiled in a friendly way. "Your loyalty to your friend is admirable. I hope you feel the same of this office. I will have a part-time position for Morley for now, and I suspect that at some point in the future, a position may open up and he could then join you on the messenger staff." Fitch felt relief at that news. He'd hate to lose his friend, but he would do anything to get out of Master Drummond's kitchen and to be a messenger. "That's awfully kind of you, sir. I know Morley will do right by you, too. I swear I will." Dalton Campbell leaned forward again, letting the front legs of the chair thunk down. "All right, then." He slid a folded paper across the desk. "Take this down to Master Drummond. It informs him that I have engaged your services as a messenger, and you are no longer responsible to him. I thought you might like to deliver it yourself, as your first official message." Fitch wanted to jump up and hoot a cheer, but he instead remained emotionless, as he thought a messenger would. "Yes, sir, I would." He realized he was standing up straighter, too. "Right after then, one of my other messengers, Rowley, will take you down to Estate Supply. They will provide you with livery that fits close enough for the time being. When you're down there, the seamstress will measure you up so your new clothes can be fitted to you. While in my service, I expect all my messengers to be smartly dressed in tailored livery. I expect my messengers to reflect well on my office. That means you and your clothes are to be clean, your boots polished, your hair brushed. You will conduct yourself properly at all times. Rowley will explain the details to you. Can you do all that, Fitch?" Fitch's knees trembled. "Yes, sir. I surely can, sir." Thinking about the new clothes he would be wearing, he suddenly felt very ashamed of what had to be his filthy, scruffy look. An hour ago, he thought he looked just fine as he was, but no longer. He couldn't wait to get out of his scullion rags. He wondered what Beata would think when she saw him in his handsome new messenger's livery. Dalton Campbell slid a leather pouch across the desk. The flap was secured with a large dribbling of amber wax impressed with a sheaf of wheat seal design. "After you clean up and get on your new outfit, I want you to deliver this pouch to the Office of Cultural Amity in Fairfield. Do you know where it is?" "Yes, sir, Master Campbell. I grew up in Fairfield, and I know just about any place there." "So I was told. We have messengers from all over Anderith, and they mostly cover the places they know, the places where they grew up. Since you know Fairfield, you will be assigned to that area for most of your work." Dalton Campbell leaned back to fish something from a pocket. "This is for you." He flicked it through the air. Fitch caught it and stared dumbly at the silver sovereign in his palm. He expected that most rich folk didn't even carry such a huge sum about. "But, sir, I haven't worked the month yet." "This is not your messenger's wage. You get your wage at the end of every month." Dalton Campbell lifted an eyebrow. "This is to show my appreciation for the job you did last night." Claudine Winthrop, that was what he meant. Scaring Claudine Winthrop into keeping quiet. She had called Fitch, sir. Fitch laid the silver coin on the desk. With a finger, he reluctantly slid the coin a few inches toward Dalton Campbell. "Master Campbell, you owe me nothing for that. You never promised me anything for it. I did it because I wanted to help you and to protect the future sovereign, not for a reward. I can't take money I'm not owed." The aide smiled to himself. "Take the coin, Fitch. That's an order. After you deliver the pouch in Fairfield, I don't have anything else for you today, so I want you to spend some of that, all of it if you wish, on yourself. Have some fun. Buy candy, or buy yourself a drink. It's your money, spend it as you wish." Fitch swallowed back his excitement. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll do as you say, then." "Good. Just one thing, though." Campbell put an elbow on the desk and leaned forward. "Don't spend it on prostitutes in the city. There are some very nasty diseases going through the whores in Fairfield this spring. It's an unpleasant way to die. If you go to the wrong prostitute, you will not live long enough to be a good messenger." While the idea of being with a woman was achingly tantalizing, Fitch didn't see how he would ever work up the nerve to go through with it and get naked in front of one. He liked looking at women, the way he liked looking at Claudine Winthrop, and he liked looking at Beata, and he liked imagining them naked, but he never imagined them seeing him naked, in an aroused state. He had enough trouble hiding his aroused condition from women when he had his clothes on.